Alright, good Sunday everybody, and welcome to the stream. Thanks Super Sheep for the 2 years of subscriptions, as well as, let me scroll back up, Sagittarius, also for the almost 2 years. And there was one more which is now, of course, blocked by a pop-up, because we live in the day and age of unblockable pop-ups. Actually, I cannot see. Somebody else subscribed. I think it was Vizzy Vince or something. I cannot see your name, but thanks for the subscription as well. You were so early, that was the very first message on top. Alright, we are slowly but surely launching up space platforms. Very slowly, but surely slowly. Something like that. I'm out of form a little bit, looks like. That was quite horrible. Yeah, we're building this thing, the Prometheum science ship. It looks complete. I mean, that's a lot of space platforms, but it's supposed to be a little bigger still. In fact, there are still 42,000 platforms to send up, so that is gonna take a while. In fact, it's gonna take so long that we are probably going to set up platforms on Vulcanus. We need to go to Vulcanus anyway, because of course this is not a Prometheum asteroid hauling ship without anything on the space platforms. For that we'll need to eventually base this thing with all the belt storage, 11 columns of them, 10,000 green underground belts, of which we currently have about approximately rounded down 0. And we only just recently started making bulks of the other belts, as we never planned to go this far. So in order to build this ship, we need to set up some new production chains and whatnot. So if we have to go to Vulcanus anyway, it seems prudent to also set up space platform production there. As here on Nauvis, we are literally doing it from the leftovers. What is not used for science and is overproduced, we are producing space platforms from. We did put a little bit of extra steel from our storage to fill up the belt so that it's full, because it is not quite full from the overproduction itself. So currently it's going faster. This will slow down as soon as these chests empty out. So yeah, we need to go to Vulcanus anyway for the belts. In fact, we have a whole shopping list of things to do in this chest over here. So most of all, we need green belts on Vulcanus, but we also need to make the fusion power plant, including 60 of these rare fusion generators on Aquilo. We should also not forget about the fuel cells. I don't know if I already requested those anywhere. Let's say, I don't know, 1800 sounds good. Let's see if those are also on the ship. I guess we don't really need to reload to start the stream. We can just take the time. Right there, so the fusion power plant, but we also need, let's put them here, the fuel cells. It's a 600 per flight. Each flight takes like 15 hours or so it doesn't run out that quickly. So 600 to fill the reactors, 600 to have on board, and then 600 for when the ship returns. Sounds like a good plan. A galaxy and the solar system are not the same, but Galaxy Truckers has a nice ring to it, right? Solar system truckers, this is not the same. The Galaxy Truckers is actually, it's a sort of an obscure reference to a board game I used to play a lot 20 years ago or something. It was pretty fun actually. It also had, that's where the pipe madness began. You basically had to build your ship from a bunch of jumbled pipes and whatnot, and just fly it through space like that, and then you would encounter all sort of situations, and stuff would get blown up and all kinds of things. That is where the pipe madness started. Right, so we already went to Gleba. We picked up all the rare spoilage we could. That is on board now. Those are needed for a couple more Mark III efficiency modules of rare quality. We still need to visit Vulcanus, Fulgora, and then we go to Aquilo to actually make those. We need to make these on Aquilo. I think the smart thing to do would be to go to Vulcanus, since the belts take probably a long time to make. But I kind of want to... there is more stuff to remember about going to Fulgora. So I kind of want to do that first. Before I get sidetracked too much on Vulcanus and forget what Fulgora was all about. So I think we're just going to go to Fulgora first, set up the superconductors. It should be fairly easy. Just bring over some plastics and copper. And then pick up the holmium, which is already present. Connect it to the light oil, which is already present. And we'll be making rare superconductors in no time. So... rare holmium, we have 4000 in here, so that's good. I also noticed the problem, these rocket silos are no longer being supplied. It's not technically a problem, because we have a backup. This is supposed to bring rocket parts to Gleba, but we have Nauvis as a backup for that. This could be a problem though. This ship, we are relying on bringing superconductors to Aquilo, and this rocket fuel is gonna run out at some point, so maybe we should do something about that while we are there as well. I'm just thinking maybe I can just... The thing is, when we are not using Fulgoran science, everything stops, because, well, that is just how Fulgora works. So now the batteries are the limiting factor of more of the scrap mix coming through. So I'm thinking if we just trash a trickle of Fulgoran science, when all these chests are full, like now, we can just like split that off or something, put some recyclers there, and then we'll always be producing just a little science, which then just gets trashed, but that will allow some of the scrap to flow through, including the rocket parts, which we are relying on also for non-Fulgoran stuff these days. So I think that's a change we probably should make. In any case, I did a little bit of stuff off cam. I hold a little bit of extra steel to here, so this keeps going for longer for the space platforms. I upgraded the underground belt production a little bit, so we are producing them a little bit faster. So this was the old rate, like 8 express belts a minute, and now we're doing like 25 or something. That's better. So it won't take like, I don't know, 60 hours to make all of them. We're also gonna copy this for Vulcanus, I suppose, and just add the green belts on top. And then the last thing I did is I just went through the schedules a lot and organized my inventory and all that kind of stuff. Like, my ship again has a nice balance of stuff on board, where previously it did not. I also upgraded to rare cargo bay, so we can carry a little bit more stuff. But that's all I did off cam. So, I think with all of that, it is time to put everything in a chest again. Except for, we need to take the rare copper and rare plastics. 4k of each. We do have 46,000 rare plastics, so we can make more in the future if we want to. And we still have 70k copper left, so that's good as well. Okay, that should be easy. Obsolete. Superlative solar system shipping. There's always some turnaround point where the alliterations start to be cringy instead of fun. It's always hard to find, but if you force yourself too much to stick to it, then that often happens. Bringer of Mike Hendon's, that seems to be my ship. I'm horrible at doing two things at the same time, like sinking and playing the game. Not the most top tier qualities for a streamer. But anyway, you're stuck with me. As if you cannot just simply log off. Alright, everything is automatic again, so that can continue. And of course we are kinda forced to go with the Johnny silo. That's a problem actually. I think everything is fairly damaged. Yeah, this is gonna get one shot. Alright, we can do, hopefully we can do the gun turret strategy. Maybe we should use a laser turret. We'll sacrifice a laser turret to the Johnnies, so we can get off of this planet. Let me make sure I also delete my ammo, or I won't be able to fly. Hopefully we can get away with without stuff breaking, or we'll have to drop back down. Alright. Finally they're not shooting me. Come on, rocket, fly up already. Oh god. 500 hit points, 300 hit points. No, 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 too late. Oh god. No. That is the yellow science belt. We have to drop down immediately. Come on, animation. Yeah, we kind of have to use the cursed belt weaving storage. Oh god, this is gonna be a problem. I don't even have my vest armor on me. We might have to quickly zap into a different tech. Alright, this gets repaired. That is the key. Let's switch the bots back off for now. It looks like blue chips is mostly the problem. So I don't have any buffers for this in place. Let's simply throw some manually in there. Looks like the low density structures are backed up far enough that they'll, yeah, the low density structures connect again. The bot frames, I hope so as well. Yeah, bot frames are connecting and blue chips will connect. Alright, so we're good. Okay, let's properly repair the damage then. It's gonna take a while, I guess, especially for the rocket silo. We can do some simultaneous repairing. Problem is I cannot move when I'm repairing. Alright. We lost a logistics bot. That's acceptable. It's acceptable. Alright, so let's wait for the health to go back up. They not even target logistics bot. The logistic bot was just friendly fired. Johnnies and logistics bots are best friends forever. Right, shoot at me. Alright. Now we can fly back into space. I just had to route those... Yeah, of course I had to route those bells through the Johnnies. I was powerless to stop it. Hey Zinc 5, thanks for the 17 months. Alright, this time we can safely depart. It used to be the military science belts which went through there. That kind of made thematic sense. But yeah, now it's the yellow sign stuff. Yes, we can kill biters now that we got the achievement. But we could kill the worms already before we had the achievement. Alright, we are on board. I think... So we got this from Nauvis. We don't need anything else from Nauvis. Let's just go to Fulgora. Why bother with keeping them? Haven't you seen any of my YouTube videos? I think I've been keeping worms around since 2020. Why bother keeping your pets? That's insane. This guy is suggesting I should like kill my own pets or something. The Hagrid of Victorious streams. And we're already there. The laser turrets are so peaceful. I absolutely love them. Right, so what do we need to drop? We need to drop the... I guess we'll just add a new section. We don't want plastics on board above Fulgora. There they go. And we don't want rare... Actually, no, we want 1000 rare copper on board because we have... we got 1000 on board by default. Let's drop ourselves too. I mean, we have demolishers now. We've got a pet demolisher as well. We don't have a pet behemoth stomper or something like that. That's maybe something to aspire for when we don't have anything else to do. Alright, that's the last of the copper. Nice. We can even carry our inventory. Yeah, one EM plant should do the trick, I think. So what I want to make is these things. We brought over these and these. We've got these here, so we just need to connect it to this. And then we'll get these. Sucks if you're just listening to the stream with this kind of terminology. We got light oil coming here. So maybe we'll just do this. That could be light oil. We do want productivity modules in there. The best ones we can get ideally. We should have those on board if I didn't forget about them. Please, please, please. Okay, I brought them. Okay, I only want to drop 5, but I can't do that in a normal kind of way. So I have to say I want to have no more than 5 less on board than what I have right now. Above Fulgora, and then they'll go in the trash slots. Now it's 29 and 5 are down. Now we have 24 left. Okay, I guess we can delete that group again. Yeah, let's pick up those modules as well. Those are important. Thing is, enemies that can move around and which have aggressive behavior are kinda hard to keep as pets. There's a reason we were able to domesticate horses, but not zebras. Even though they kinda look the same. So it would be quite hard to befriend stompers and behemoth spitters and whatnot. Alright, I guess we do want this affected by the speed. We don't care about quality, we have max quality already. So we can insert, yeah, that's about perfect. 2 copper, plastics and holmium plates per second. Gives us 10 rare superconductors a second. Okay, this will be fast. I guess we have to output a lot. Oh, I'm out of fast inserters, I think. One power line, that could be. So we have 4K copper, 4K plastics, 4K holmium plates. That should become 8K superconductors plus whatever productivity is there. 130%. So we'll have about 18,000 rare superconductors. We need 8,000 or so. So that is good. We probably won't have to ever think about those again. Let's start it up first then. I think we are ready. Rare superconductors. Let me get the live data transfer rate up on the screen as well, in case something goes wrong. I think everything looks good. Alright, here we go. Holy moly. That's some pretty fast production. Guess we'll just hook it up to the rest of the chests, so we can see how much we have in total. We already have 300. 310, 320. Okay, we'll have those. We'll have our 8,000 superconductors in like 10 minutes, I think, at this rate. But we need 800 seconds to make 8,000. Yeah, it's about 10 minutes. We have some other things to do. In fact, we could restart this. Okay, these are rare chests. That's Fulgora. I should have rare chests available. Okay, we do. We can just restart the rare holmium maker. Just empty these out. Alright, so that's only working when science is running, that's fine. Alright, so we'll do the other thing. Because looks like, yeah, we're gonna be out of rocket fuel completely pretty soon. This silo needs to be able to launch. In fact, we're gonna have to launch up those 8,000 superconductors. So I think we need some sort of system that can recycle science packs. But how many do we want to recycle? 0.8 a second if we do this. We are making 30 a second for science. We just need to recycle enough so that enough blue chips, low density structures and solid fuel are generated to keep the other rockets supplied, especially this one. So I don't think it needs to be a whole lot. these rockets are not essential, as we can basically use Nauvis to supply rocket parts to Gleba in times of need. But this one needs to keep going. So this is basically 30 divided by 0.8. 1 over 37.5 of the science production will get recycled if we do this. We need to, of course, prioritize output to the chests. We could do something like this. That wouldn't be too bad. And then we can remotely increase or decrease production, I suppose. Now this one is affected by the beacons. So that one is able to eat 3 per second, but yeah, we cannot feed it 3 per second. So let's not have that. Alright, something like that then. This feels kinda wrong though. But that keeps stuff going, and that means, yeah, some stuff will start to filter through, which is what we need. Since the belts are completely empty, let's just start with everything. So now we're eating up roughly 10% of the science production, which means Fulgora will be running at 10%. It's always so hard. It's wasteful, but you know, it's Fulgora. So Fulgora is supposed to be wasteful. I mean, the scrap patches are still looking pretty good. They're like down 10% of their starting yield. Or so. The worst ones. How's it going? 2.7k. Alright, that's good. Alright, so we needed also other things from Fulgora. So let's check those out. Alright, so what do we want? Eventually we want 40,000 steel, but I think we can pick those up on the way back, perhaps. That will take too long to launch. I guess we can launch rare chests from Fulgora as well. We've got tons and tons and tons of those. Due to this little contraption over here, which we now switched off. Yes. It basically got blockaded with quality stuff and Fulgoran science stopped working properly. Alright, this is not looking too bad. The rocket fuel is working again as well. Speaking of rocket fuel, now that I think about it, let's first also add one of those buffer chest things for rocket fuel. Similar that we have blue chips and LDSs here. Maybe then we don't need to... Yeah, if these are not crucial, maybe we don't need to trash science, because that just feels wrong really. The rocket fuel comes in on this belt, I suppose. So if we take it off that belt, we can maybe put it back on that one. We're out of quality stuff. Do we really need quality for this? I think we need to send down the armor. Because we need to go down to the other base in the south. So let's have the fast armor. Let's also then send down some of those inserters. Yeah, the space platform is prohibitively oversized. Alright, so rocket fuel gets put in a chest. I guess rare chest we can do, why not? Then it needs to get into this chest, so... something like that. And now rocket fuel will be buffered here, so these silos should never run out, really. How is it going with these? Alright, so this should start working again. The LDSs are arriving right now. Alright, so we are building rockets here again as well. Good. I think we'll keep the science treasure on for the time being. Because it would be nice to use those rockets later to launch up steel and whatnot. For now though, there's one other thing we need. Not this one. Alright, so we need, I think we need not 8,000, we need 6,000 for these. 1,300 for these. That's 73. And 600, I think it's 79. I think we'll go with the exact numbers. We also need 2.4k normal ones. And 1.5k of these for the railguns. We could be thinking about making some more uncommon quantum processors while we're on Aquilo. I think we're not going to do that. Not right now. Yeah, let's keep focus. Alright, so in other words, we'll take the superconductors later. We need... Ow! First strike hit me. Don't kill me, please. Oh god. We got the speed to our advantage. Okay, we made it. Or did we? Alright. So here we are at the fast base. We've got some rare EM plants, which we could possibly launch up to Nauvis. So let's take those. Now we also need rare concrete. I think 1200 to make the cryogenic plants. So we want to make 30 cryogenic plants. We got the blue chips. We will be having these, so we need 1200 refined concrete to match. I'm just hoping I still have some. $84. Okay, that's not looking great. 300. Okay, that's all. The rest is uncommon. I think these are all emptied out already. So I guess the easiest way is probably to just take some actual concrete and just make refined concrete. Let's say if we want to make 900, we need 1800 rare concrete. We should have that. I know we have more rare concrete available as well, so that's good. Okay, so 900. We'll need 90 rare steel only, that's not a lot. I guess 720 rare sticks. Well, let's just make 1000. Those numbers are nice. That is 100 rare steel and 1000 sticks, which is 500 iron. Do we productivity module? I don't even have Mark III assemblers here. So, rare iron is free now these days. Don't need to worry about it. Water. Guess we can leech off of here. I also don't have... I'm so poor. I have infinite rare iron, but I cannot afford like a handful of assemblers. Alright, these are 8 water a second, this makes 20. Let's speed it up. Maybe these as well. 100 water a second. Alright, we'll temporarily plop that thing in there. Hopefully that can fill up a little. Alright, that's all we need. Let's just grab a little bit more steel so it's easier to fill. That's gonna be a rare refined concrete, I suppose. 1200 rare refined concrete. Yeah, we are still pretty far from setting up an like a mall for rare things. We are definitely not rich enough to afford like stacks of everything in rare quality laying around. Some enemies cannot attack circuited gates. I thought they fixed circuited gates. Alright, I see. I know there was the gate bug where you can just... that is a circuited gate, right? You just lower the gate with circuit condition and then like the demolisher couldn't attack it. That got fixed, by the way. So that's no longer a thing. I think I messed up the malt a little bit. I think I over-invested in iron sticks. That's alright. That was one of the funnier bugs. It was pretty funny, yeah. Alright. That should be all the refined concrete that we need. Okay, let's stop that. I think this water should be able to fit in these pipes. Alright, this is now full. Water is not free on Fulgora, so I guess we'll just leave the pipe laying around. I don't really want to organize anything right here until we go like large logistics networks or whatever. That's our 1200 rare concrete. Do we need it for anything else? Guess we could make more rare foundries on Vulcanus. That's only 20 concrete a pop. Yeah, let's send 100 up extra, just to have it. That's 13 launches of refined concrete. Pretty sure we can just do that here. Our spaceship, if it would be actually requesting, let's use this for temporary requests. 1300 from Fulgora, because of course that's where rare concrete comes from. Now we can just do this. It should launch automatically. Nice. It looks like we still have plenty of rocket ingredient stacks available. Let's send one here as well. 1k. 1k. And 1k. Okay, that's the refined concrete. I think that finishes our business on Fulgora. Now we just need to see if those 8,000 rare superconductors are done. I think they should be done. So let's zip away. It is so nice to have the mech armor after all of this ordeal. Just zip through the landscape. Immune to lightning strikes. Not really. I was waiting to get zapped. And that's probably why I didn't. Alright. So... checklist for cryogenic plants is now complete. 1200 refined concrete. I know, this superconductors, which we are now to launch up. 7,900 in total. I'm going to just, I'm gonna drop down these. The ones which are too much. Because it just gets a little bit too confusing. So those are good. We have too many of these on board as well. Carbon fiber is good. These we are gonna make. These we're gonna make. We'll come back for the rare steel. We just need superconductors now. How is it going? 11,000. Okay. Good news. That's all of our rare superconductors right now. Alright, that was a bit more dramatic than I thought. This is our uncommons right now. So we need 7,900. So like this. We'll hook it up to the grand storage counter. 4.2k rare ones left and counting. Alright. Still going. We'll leave the modules behind then. This we need to send up as well. We do need some normal ones. I think it was 2,400. for the 24 fusion reactors of normal quality. Do I have storage of those? I think I do. 2400 normal ones. Okay, that's what we need to send up basically. It looks like we're launching. Perhaps the trawler is here. Yeah, so the trawler is bringing rocket parts to Gleba. And if it cannot fill all the requests, we just wait for 1,000 seconds to pass. And then it flies to Nauvis to bring the science packs over, supposedly, except we're not using them right now. And then we have the backup request from Nauvis to keep Gleba supplied, at least. But that means we don't have rockets available right here, right now. Alright, so rare ones. We'll just request 7,900 and 2,400 normal ones. Alright, so if now we can just fill them. Okay, this is launching those automatically. So I guess I have to temporarily override it or we'll get too many on board again. Okay, that one's done as well. Technically, this is, what, 7 launches. I think we don't need to fly all the way back down. We can just temporarily use these. And those will be launching as well for us now. Just have to remember to switch them back to automatic mode. I think we'll keep trashing science. I think it makes sense. As a safety backup. Because our planets are not working independently. So I didn't really account for the situation where the creation of one science pack stops for like tens of hours. Alright, so one more launch of the mech armor. And then we're good to go. I guess we'll wait to put the signs back. But that is Fulgora done. Let's check once more if there's anything else we need. Steel we'll pick up later. This will pick up later. I don't think we've got any rare low density structures left on the planet in general. This is complete. This is now complete. This is complete, so we can make those. We have the uncommon ones, so we can make these. And this is just the same list. We have the 2400 straight up ones. Yeah, that is all we need. I think we're done on Fulgora. Let's put back the signs. Undeconstruct the inserters and things should be back to normal. Alright, they are automatic. Okay, then Fulgora done. Off to Vulcanus. That didn't take too much time, I hope. Let's see how long it will take to make all the green bells. I know they are pretty expensive. What if just upcycle signs for the heck of it? I cannot get out of the rocket anymore. Just trying to get a legendary science pack to put on display here. I guess I could get a rare one at the moment. We are like 10 million signs away from unlocking epic and legendary. Why don't migrate starter base to the main science production site? It takes too much work for not enough benefit. There's just some resources left over there. So I'm not really going to put in the effort while there's still more useful things to do. Eventually I hope everything will be a nice logistics system once we are no longer feeling the pressure. Off to Vulcanus we go. Let's just enjoy the serenity of the zapping. I think this is gonna be my playstyle now for every future game as well. If I can, not like a challenge, but if I can get away with it without too much effort, I'll go for laser turrets, man. They're just... It's so nice to travel through space with those. Oh wait, Vulcanus is 2 planets away, right? From Fulgora. I think we're going through Nauvis. The asteroid density is slimming out severely. Don't you miss the days of slowly walking for 15 minutes between biter nests? Well, we had the speed up mod installed for that. So we could speed up the game. We didn't do that a lot actually. Space platforms reduce UPS? I don't think so. The asteroids... I think, relatively speaking, all this asteroid shenanigans is pretty heavy on UPS compared to planetary stuff. Alright, density is up there again. Probably will be arriving soon. There we are. That should be part of the base game too, man. Just arriving at a planet like that. Right, we'll drop to Vulcanus. I think we'll also have to send down our armor here. We'll be on this planet for a while. Oops. What else do we need? I think we need foundries on this planet. We specifically loaded up some. We don't have foundries on this planet. think that's about it though. I don't think we have that many inserters left here. Ah, no, we do. Alright, now we do. That's fine. We probably won't be using productivity modules, so I think we're going to be alright. Alright, I guess mission 1. Let's just take a look around the planet in general. I think some of these patches, 555k left. Yeah, they are going to be pretty poor. But first, we'll first do the launching of the tungsten plates. Maybe we can restart this quality belt as well. All of these are full. This was my inventory. Right, I'll suppose. To restart it, we'll have to do something like this. And don't forget the rare ones. Okay, that's a lot of rare ones. Okay, now we'll slowly start to consume that quality tungsten again, which means the quality tungsten mine, which is over here, can continue mining the 3 million that's left in there. 4.5 million, 2.7, 600k, 400k. Okay, these two are pretty sad. Then again, it's not moving. We're not using Vulcan signs, which is our cue to get a move on. Because we don't have the extra resources to make belts and whatnot, so we'll have to just borrow what we're making on Vulcanus already when we are not producing signs, like right now. This is the opportune moment. For another 3.5 hours at least, potentially more. This does have purple signs though. This has all the signs packs, so by that time we should be done with all the stuff. Sure. Let's first launch up the plates that we need, because we've got all of them. I got 5,000 of the 6,000 rare quality ones. I've got too many of these. I'm actually gonna send those down. 900, 1k, 2.4k, 2.4k regular ones. Do I even have regular ones? I hope so. But we need 1,000 more of these. Then 2.4k regular ones. I think we should have those up here. Alright, yeah, we do. I'll just grab 600 from each one. There is 5 lines, 2.5k, so 2.4k, alright. I forgot to launch up the EM plants from Fulgora. Okay, it's okay, we can do that on the way back. Let's put them in the list. Where is the steel? Over here. We'll put it right there. Alright, so first of all, we got this magic thing over here. Except apparently I forgot to put back the carbide discs last time already. We can do this. And take out discs so we can use the rocket silos for something else. And something else in this case is gonna be these things. So again, we'll just use, let's just launch these up. Let's watch the scenic rocket launches over the lava lake. Yeah, the YouTube series is behind slightly, and not much. Like it's a normal amount, like half a year or 8 months or so, something like that. Yeah, okay, I cannot be bothered to set the request, so we'll just do this. I guess we're also going to be using these to launch up the green belts and space platforms later. Maybe we'll have to figure out something, how to do it. Oh, that's loud. Maybe we'll have to put this in the blueprint library instead. Upgrade to rare lasers probably can go. Alright. I do need to give the tungsten discs back. This one is ready first. Yeah, it looks like a lot more. I know. Let's switch these on again. It does look like a lot more. Let's make a copy of this, which we just put in the chest because that's what this was for. But if you see the timer here, it's 560 hours. If you look at the time we'll be going to Vulcanus, it will be around half of that. Which means Nauvis is half of the game. The other half, or the next half or something, however you want to call it, is the rest of the game, all the other planets. So Nauvis really took the bulk of the time. But then again, we spent 90 hours before we even started to build a real base on Nauvis. So yeah, there's that. I don't think we have enough foundries to build even. This already has more than 20. We still need to add green belts on top of that. We'll need even more foundries. So I guess we'll just send them. We'll send more foundries down. Then more foundries. I think we still can get away with delaying building more mines until after we have Prometheum signs up and running. Alright, that's 30 foundries. I hope that will be enough. Put those in there. Why do I have this many in my inventory still? Did I not launch up all of them? 2100. Okay, I have 600 left. That's annoying. That's one rocket launch and just a slight little bit. We'll just use 3 stacks per rocket to not make it look too wasteful. And then we can start finally building something. Believe it or not, we are gonna be building something. Is it gonna be good? I don't know. Alright, so I think we'll first go in design mode. Roboport is off. So this is what we currently have on Nauvis. So we'll need to adapt this to green belts, ideally, because that means we don't need to do a lot of designing. We do have lubricants separately here, which is just being brought in to the temporary build, which we used to get our handful of things that we needed. So we can get rid of the lubricant plants completely. This is the molten iron. The Roboport network, we don't have any. The question is then, do we want to... I don't think we want to have any outputs for the other belts here. We just care about green belts. Oh, I didn't think of that. Of course, splitters need circuits. Green circuits, red circuits. And blue circuits, alright. Okay. We'll deal with that in the design phase, I suppose. Let's first delete all the output chests. More output chests for iron and gears. We have that in other places. Alright. Guess let's delete the rest of the circuit network then. There is only these 2 lines left. We don't have rare power poles. Well, we do. We just send down a stack. We'll pick those up. Alright, so this is basically the Nauvisian setup. Let's add green belts. Time to design green belts. Let's take a quick look how it's going. It's looking kind of the same as it did at the start of the stream. Even though there's now 6k more platforms already added. Is the steel already gone? Okay, the first chests are empty. We are still making them here though, so that's not too bad. Ideally this is adjacent because it looks nice. Okay, we don't need iron or gears anymore, like for all of these other ones. They need a lot of gears, like a lot of gears. 80 gears. Here we need the tungsten plate, so that's pretty expensive. However, we already have production for science, and science is idle. And already that belt is coming out. Because we needed that for artillery shells back then. So we can basically just branch off this belt and bring it to here. That should be alright. We need mostly underground belts. We need a couple splitters, a couple normal belts, but mostly undergrounds. But I cannot help myself. We have to have 2 belt assemblers because, of course, let me just paste this. I do have modules, I think. I think we should have Mark 1 modules left. Yeah, we do have some. Alright, so that is alright. We don't have a lot of power left on Vulcanus, so we need to be a little bit careful with it. Okay. So... power. It is fairly simple, I suppose. We just chain these, as well as for the green belt. And all we really need is the tungsten plates. Why is this not coming down the center? That makes a lot more sense. At least for... for the Vulcanus section. Maybe on Nauvis it did make sense, but for Vulcanus we don't need that stuff. We do need to connect it through here though. I guess that does the trick. Alright, so we are a little bit limited here. This making, it looks like about 12 gears a second. Because we have 6 inserters. So... we need, how much gears? 80 divided by 3 because of the productivity bonus. 26.6 gears per underground belt. And 20 tungsten plates per underground belt. So I guess we want like at least 5 inserters on here. Sure. I think we're gonna have chests at the bottom. Okay, we'll start with 5. We can make more if we need it. We only need a handful of splitters, so we don't really want these splitters hogging all the resources. We'll just give it a single one. And then the belts, I think it's a similar story. We don't need a lot of belts, so we'll just add a single one. I guess we have the full amount available though, for now. We have a yellow belt, we can upgrade that, I suppose. How many do we need then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is basically just the yellow belt. If we go 4 on this guy, then it's a yellow belt. Alright, so ideally then we'll just zip it in here. That yellow belt. One of the belt ones takes, one of the splitter ones takes, all of the rest goes to undergrounds except what slips through, that comes back to the second green belt assembler, I suppose. Sure. I think that'll do us nicely. Oh, we have the output chest still to go. Guess we can still lead the belt through. Or, you know, we can do it like a normal person and not try to just squeeze everything together when there's absolutely no need. Alright, that looks like the green belt build then. We don't need any other resources, so that was fairly simple actually. Then the question is, can we fit it in the original location or do we need to put it here? And the answer is... it fits. Somehow. Alright, I'm not gonna complain, I suppose. It does mess a little bit with where the input is, but we can figure out something else for that then. Alright, let's paste it over there. We'll delete this one over here, and then we'll just switch on the bots and see what happens, I suppose. Build the belt design. I use quality magic for quality belts. I don't have the power, man. We have 1 gigawatt here and a little bit. And when we're using science, we use everything. Nice. Let's see what we're missing. We're probably missing a whole bunch of things. Not too bad. We are missing 98 things. Mostly modules, power lines, I guess the 3 requester chests. Don't really need to be a requester chest, but let's do that anyway. Underground pipes. So let's make a tour. Inserters. Underground pipes. Regular pipes. Maybe modules. Zippity zip. In fact, we might need these and these. And some blue chips. We can probably do some calculations. Alright, let's say we start with 1000 green chips. Makes 200 splitters. Except it makes 300 because we get productivity bonus. Okay, so let's put it in here. 1k. That makes us 300 yellow splitters. Those 300 yellow splitter ingredients then need 3000 green chips in here to make us 450 fast splitters. 450 ingredients then need 4500 red chips. Okay, that is getting out of hand real fast. We don't even have that many. To make 675, I think. Alright, 675 blue splitters. And then again we multiply that to see how many green splitters we get. That's over 1000 green splitters. From 200 splitters of yellow ingredients. So that is quite the compound interest, I suppose. That does mean we need 675 times 2 blue chips, which is 1350. 1350 blue chips, alright. Ah yeah, the power lines, I forgot about those. I guess those numbers are okay. And we do have red chip production, so we can deal with that. We also exactly happen to have approximately exactly 1500, sorry, 3000 green chips, so that's alright. 4.5k, 1k, 2k. So we need 2.5k extra still. And 1350 blue chips. We have a buffer here which we can steal from. So it's still not hyper automated, but it's probably going to produce more than I'll ever need. These are actually regular installers. Okay, we do have those. I still forgot about the power lines though. We need to pick those up from the hub over here. Alright, let's complete it, I suppose. Okay. Then we just need to reconnect the lubricant. Fairly annoying, but yeah, okay, we just have to not worry too much about it. Oh yeah, and then of course, I forgot about that. We need to connect the molten iron. So this guy was the limiting factor. We needed 6 inserters worth. Alright, so that one uses a little bit of energy, the rest is okay. Here we don't have nothing else in the way, so technically... we can just make this look a little nicer. Actually, no, this doesn't really work. We need okay, let's stop thinking about it. It's not important. What is important is that I switch it on. Let's first work on the red chips. That's probably pretty slow. No, let's first switch it on. So we start producing. That's probably even slower. Alright, I remember that chip needs about 10k green underground, 9.5k. A chest can hold 2k, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10k. That's probably alright. Splitters 1000. That fits in a single chest. And then we got belts over here. Sure. Right, so is all of this connected to here? I think all of it's connected to this main section here. So basically, I'm gonna want a bunch of those, probably, so we can hook up some wire conditions. And pumps, I think I have those. So basically this is connected, so we just want to use the surplus. We don't want to empty the entire tank. So let's just do this when there's at least 10k in the tank. If there's not 10k in the tank, something is severely wrong. So we should stop. It should be higher, right? Yeah, it should be higher than 10k. So that is iron. That starts some of the stuff up. Except the green belts, those will need... I should have maybe expanded this. I don't know how much lubricant we're going to be using. There, a slice of lubricant. I did not plan ahead because the series was supposed to end at the solar system edge, so everything in the entire base was tailored to go only to the solar system edge, so that is biting me in the behind now a little bit, I suppose. It's nothing too bad. Alright, so let's borrow this belt. How we're gonna go? I think we can go through here perhaps, then come down. We need to cross the expanse here somehow. Technically we can just join in above the green belts. We still should get at least a little bit for the green belts. I guess we could upgrade it to a red belt. Not a flaming tree, so I don't really care. Let's just go back to adjacent. Yeah, I think we'll go on this horizontal here. I guess we'll use blue. Okay, that stretches. We can either side load. I think side loading prevents some of the belt stopping from happening, so let's do that. Tungsten, that should start it. Green belts complete, I think. Now we just have to hope we are going to be producing it at a high enough rate. Yeah, okay, good. It's we don't need the speed of the foundries, that's for sure. These things are super expensive and super fast to craft. Alright, the top side is not connected. I forgot about that. I have disconnected that. Looks like all design ethics are out of the window now. We're just placing it anywhere it can fit. That's the top section. Okay, there we got the splitters. Alright, and indeed some of them are coming through to the green belts, which we need some of, but not too many. So that should be alright as well. Alright. Yeah, that's good enough, I think. Don't have quality foundries. Okay, those go up for the quantum processor automation, those rockets. Okay, let's check underground belts. Looks like we're gonna be producing... Oh, that is very good. Let's see if it stays that way though. These were kind of pre-loaded, so that might be a little bit of an overestimation. But if we have 40 a minute, that's pretty good. We need about 10k. So that would be 4 hours. That is a time frame that exists at least. It's not really an advantage. This way the stuff on the belt gets prioritized, and I think it stops if you use a splitter. The belt can get overfilled and the belt stops rotating. Just everything becomes stagnant and idle. Where it probably cannot happen if you use side loading. I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe I should reconnect this as well. That might be a good idea if I ever want to make purple signs again. Right, that's belts. That is not bad. I guess the other thing we came on Vulcanus for is space platforms. If we are not artificially feeding in steel, we are down to about 39 space platforms a minute instead of 90. $34k still to go. I think maybe we should. We can fly to Vulcanus on half of the thrusters. So this is the shape we want to lay on top of it for now. So we don't need the entire center part just yet. We cannot, and we can simply make a hole. If the same way that we made a hole before. So just heat this up all the way to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's keep like 8 tiles. Alright. And we can really just do something like this. Yeah, we can really... I think we have enough on board already to let the thing fly to Vulcanus. This could go wrong though, wait a second. Okay, there's no hole here. There cannot be a hole here. Right? Yeah, we need to not let this connect. Well, there will be a hole in the spaceship. Okay, looks like we also need to get this out of there then. For now. Yeah, we barely need any space really, so... $51. Okay, let's keep 50 space platforms on the outside. And hopefully that can deconstruct itself without making any gaps. I think we should be alright. There's a weird deconstruction pattern, I have to say. Slowly the planet becomes visible again. Okay, this stays connected here for now, so I don't think there will be any holes forming accidentally, which can be quite annoying to sort out. So now the entire sites will get built. And then we can actually build a factory on top. And then we can fill in the center last. So let's just let this figure itself out over time. This is taking a bit of time. And in the meantime we can set up space platforms on Vulcanus to have the missing ones come from there. Because if I remember correctly, it was going to take like 30 hours or so for Nauvis to complete production. Right. We need to wait a little bit anyway for green belts. Because we don't have enough green belts to build even this. We need 1k normal belts, 300 undergrounds and 100 splitters or so. So... Alright, so space platforms need a ton of steel. We should do the red chip shenanigans first, I think. This is red chips 4. I guess we can just steal these. We need a 2.5k. I think, yeah, that's already more. There are so many things laying on the belt. Alright. 2.5k added. We can then just replace these for normal chests. So that should do the trick. We already got our 100 splitters. 400 undergrounds. Not quite yet enough belts. We do have some belts on Nauvis though. Yeah, we have about 500 belts on Nauvis. So 600 here. That should be enough to build the... That should be enough, really. So maybe we'll just reserve 2 of these. To launch belts and undergrounds up and whatnot. Belts. Undergrounds. Rocket is not ready. Marked for the construction, I see. Alright, so the rest should go automatically. We just need to request the stuff up. So that's enough belts for building the initial stage of the spaceship. We can launch the rest of the belts up once we are back to also launch the space platforms, which we're about to make. I think let's just grab the steel. Technically that could be green belt as well. I mean, we're making space platforms on Nauvis with a red belt of steel maximum. So we could get up to 180 space platforms a minute here if we use a green belt. So if this belt is green. Space platforms. So these absorb 4 steel a pop per second. Okay, that's a lot. So that is 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. If we want to absorb 60, I guess we need 15 of them. I guess we can overbuild a little. We can just not care. Just build it on top. That's number 15. We will build 16 though. 16 looks nice. If we have it. We have not enough assemblers. We should have some on board. Okay, we do. I don't think we need it for anything else. So if I do this, we should be dropping 3. Which we can then pick up to... Ah, okay, we only needed 1. Alright, fine. Well, that's annoying. I did not need to overbuild them. Okay, this is a green belt of steel. We then will need a green belt of copper as well. Copper cable at least. So two green belts. And then a green belt of copper cable. And then we'll do something like this to put the space platforms in. Alright, fine. We'll make 15. Then we have enough. We don't need to run all the way back. Power. Yes, we have these. That powers everything. And we need somehow we need to get copper. Similar to iron, we should make... Okay, this is now running out. Oh, yeah, of course it's running out because we're making belts. So that's alright. Guess we also need to set... Wait, why is it run... Oh, it's stone. We're not using the stone for purple signs. So that's why it's running out. We cannot make more molten iron because we're not getting rid of the stone. Normally we're getting rid of the stone because it's smelted into bricks, and the bricks are used for furnaces for purple signs. Of course that's not happening now, so we need to either throw away the stone or turn it into landfill or something else, throw it in the lava or something. Maybe throw the bricks in the lava instead. Alright, we'll deal with that in a little bit. Let's first make this Foundry stuff. I guess we don't need the pump. We can simply tell the Foundry not to work. Yeah, laser damage 8 is on the way. So hopefully this will stop being an issue in due time. But yeah, flying 80 kilometers a second towards Aquilo with just a little bit of laser turrets is not recommendable with all the big asteroids spawning. Still takes a pretty long time to destroy a single one. So if there is like a group of 3 or 4, sometimes they take out some stuff. Alright, we can simply tell the Foundry to not work. If there's not enough copper in the tanks. So this way it's enabled, it just doesn't have power. Now we need to get this bad boy up to 60 copper cable a second to match steel. Flop, that's 50. Guess we're gonna need a beacon. We can maybe keep it cheaper, not use up the Mark III modules. That's only 35. Okay, we're gonna need to power this guy already somehow. Uh, 56.8. Alright, there we are. 64.1. That is annoying. $65.8, 60.1. Doesn't really make much sense, right, to do something like this. It doesn't do much. 13 megawatts. I think we should let's just use the speed trees. They are more energy efficient than I might think. We could actually use a quality foundry. If we use just an uncommon one. That should get us to 65 without beacons required. And we can still use an efficiency beacon to bring the power cost down to nothing. I think that's the way. Do I have a uncommon foundry put down somewhere that I don't need? Yeah, this guy. That's a rare one. I guess the rare one is fine as well. These are rare too, I guess. I just grab this one. Ah, it's an oil refinery. Okay. That's not a foundry. An oil refinery foundry. Alright, we'll grab this one. That's a rare one. So maybe we can get away with Mark II speed modules even then. $80.6. 56.0. No, that is not acceptable. Alright, we'll add one Mark III speed module. 62.2, minus 80% power. Perfect. Good, now we just need to extract 60 copper cable per second. That means we need 30 red inserters. Not a problem, I don't think. That should fit. Just need to grab some. I didn't think... I had honestly expected this to become a much larger problem. And with this I mean... not having fast inserters and inserter stack size bonus, but I can just fill a green belt with products from a single foundry with relative ease. If I just do this. And then the center can just be a green belt. That should do the trick. An unnecessarily high amount of power lines should connect everything. That is one tile higher than steel is. Right, in that case I will get that one assembler from the spaceship. I already dropped down 3. I can just take him. Then we're gonna have to do some circuit magic, I think. Without circuit network. Let's see what the green belts are doing. Oh yeah, that's a lot of green belts already. 1k green belts. Another stack of splitters, I think. We are golden. We just need to deal with the stone problem because, yeah, I think green belts are not working anymore now. Pump is disabled because we're dropping below 10k iron now. So we need to toss the stone somehow. Alright, but that's gonna drain all the iron really fast. Let's just see it happen. That's space platforms. Alright. Forgot about the green belt part. And that should remain completely full. No problemo. Problemo? Okay, problemo. Not really though. Now it should stay completely full. Okay, now we see this backing up over here. Looks like I need it slightly more. Officially, these inserters cannot do 2 items per second. Sometimes they can, sometimes they cannot. It kind of depends on weird sub-factors and whatnot. But that should do the trick nicely. Let's see. Yeah, this is like draining like a maniac now. Okay, so... stop that. We need... an iron tank somewhere nearby. Maybe here. And then we can also read that iron with the belt. This one should only be enabled if iron. And I guess the belts are more important than the space platforms, so let's make this higher, 15k perhaps. The belts go at 10k, this goes at 15k. This will probably eat up a lot of the iron. So this might just flicker on and off. Not entirely sure, but we'll see how that goes. We can also just hook the chests up, I suppose, to... Ah, no, we can just do this then. 288 space platforms so far. Alright. So now we made sure that this doesn't overconsume, but of course now nothing is producing. A lot of this goes to rails, some of it goes to bricks. It's like about 3 belts go to bricks. And then this is getting tossed in the lava already as is. Is this coming from copper? Right, wait, we are avoiding copper right here. So maybe we can not void copper. If the main copper source is like lower than 20k or something. So yeah, if copper goes low, then we'll not void copper. That is then the idea. Wait, this guy is set to drain at 15k. So probably have to... I know, this is about this tank. Yeah, this is alright. So if the main copper system goes low, we'll pump in more. Important business, alright. We get 2 bells of bricks out of here. 45. I'm just gonna try something. Output priority, of course, to science. But if not... then we again bring it together on a green belt. And that green belt is going to get yeeted in the lava. Again, then we need like 32 super fast inserters or something. Power line. At 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15, 17, 19. Maybe we can make this the bigger ones as well. $21, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 30, 29. 32. Sure. Probably should have. It's pretty hard to see where the belts should go. All right. Attempt at creating iron without signs. I could just throw the stone in the lava, but that requires twice the inserters and stuff. So why not just smelt it? Power is free anyway. I had 16 and 14. Alright, let's take a look at that. I only see that now, of course. Okay, it looks like we are making iron again. 82, 84, 86. Okay, that's pretty fast. That looks like we... Well, we'll have to see if we are producing enough to actually make space platforms non-stop. This pump is disabled because this thing is full. That's good. There's only like a backup in case something of this, what we are adding now, disturbs the greater balance or whatever. Alright, 10k means belts should go on again. So belts are on again. This is full. 11k. We're getting there. $12k. Okay, so that should this belt should switch on pretty soon now. By itself. And come on, you know you want to. There we go. Alright, let's see if it still goes up or if it will switch off again. $16k, so far so good. Let's check the numbers on the tank itself. 44, 245, 246. It does look like we're going up stable. Okay, that is great news. That does mean we will be producing 180 space platforms a minute on Vulcanus, in addition to the 40 or so a minute we'll be doing on Nauvis. Guess we'll have to wait a little bit to see. How is it going here? Okay, we still have a little bit of steel available. How is the ship doing? Okay, the ship has done its thing. I will repaste the footprint. Except this time we will again... Now we can create the hole before we run into trouble. I hope. Alright. So now this should build out. Oh, we have a lot of platforms on board still. So that should fill in. That should fit everything we need. And then we can fly to Vulcanus to basically fill in the center of the ship. This is so stupid. Oh man. This is just... I don't know what is this. It's working though. And even all the thrusters should work. You know what, I don't think I'm even going to launch up the rest of the platforms from Nauvis anymore then. We can just start stashing platforms for the next spaceship. I guess we did launch up. We did launch up what we launched up, so we'll spend what we have on board right now, but we'll not launch any extras. Okay. I guess then Vulcanus is done as well for now. Let's check the space platform production. Yeah, 180 a minute flat. That is incredible. So if we look at the ship, it's got 115k space platforms currently. We have built 59k. So 45k space platforms left to go. That was the big problem. On Nauvis we'll be producing them in 1125 minutes, or that's like almost 20 hours of production were still needed on Nauvis to create this many. I guess I should actually discount the ones we've got on board, 27k. Okay, that does make a big difference. Okay, but still though, it's like 8 hours of space platform production on Nauvis just to fill in everything. And now we're gonna do it on Vulcanus in just 2 hours. So yeah, that does... I should have stopped uploading space platforms to the space platform earlier, apparently. I'm not gonna send them back down to Nauvis again. On the plus side, if we're making space platforms on Nauvis and launching them up on Nauvis, that means we should again have built up some of these nice rare low density structures, at least some of them, 500 or so. But then we don't really need them anymore, I think, not more. Low density structures of rare quality, I think that is all done. Yeah, I think we're ready to leave Vulcanus again. We came what we needed to do. We actually automated stuff for once. Outside of the science specs, that is. So far in the 565 hours in this challenge, I think the only thing we truly automated were science specs. But now at least we have green belts and undergrounds fully automated. And, well, we need to hand feed these with circuits, the splitters. But splitters are splitters, you know, so... not too bad. I think we might want to bring some more undergrounds to Nauvis. Okay. Yeah, that's an issue. Okay. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, 8 launches. 2, 4, 6, 8 launches. Oh, okay, wait, that's wrong. And we'll do belts here as well. So we'll just request a large amount, that should do the trick. Okay, that will launch some more belts, and then we can... we need to launch up our armor. We can do that here. In fact, this also needs the red inserter on there. Okay, we're actually launching calcite. Stop that. Okay, this one gets launched. Oh, that was a bad idea. Apparently I have construction bots on here. How? What? I might have accidentally lost my bots at some point, apparently. Unfortunately, we didn't accidentally pick up any of that carbon on the ground. That would have been disastrous. That would have been a reload. I need a storage chest, so... you don't. Alright, no more construction bots. Alright, after these shenanigans, I'm pretty sure I can just take one of those rockets again. Without issue, so fine, we'll go there. But I'm on Vulcanus. We did launch up all of the stuff. Let's, before we fly off, we'll check if we missed anything. Okay, so we're launching is all that we have. That is fine. We do have the 2400 for the fusion reactors. We do have the 6000 for the fusion generators of rare quality. We do have 900 to make extra quantum processors to force the hand of fate on rare railguns later on. I don't see any other parts that should be coming from Vulcanus, so I think we're ready to finally go to Aquilo. I hope that is true, because I desperately need to take a sanitary pit stop. Okay. Yeah, we're done here. So we can actually launch up my armor and then myself. Then we'll put these things back. And enable the inserters again. Let's fly off scenically. When will I figure out before that I did not automate it? Okay, what did I not automate? I don't have a system to launch the space platforms yet. No, I'm just gonna come back and put them into those chests similar to the bells we just did. Wait. Did I just launch... Did I just launch signs up to... Oh god, I still have my ammo. I just launched signs up to the space platform, didn't I? Alright, we'll take this. This one then. I can push the right button. Sometimes. Yeah, the carbon is just the Vulcan form of concrete. If you put carbon on the ground, you just work more efficiently. And by that, if you have enough of it on the ground and you zoom out far enough, probably your UPS will take a hit because of the fact that a couple 100,000 of carbon need to be drawn on the screen. Which means you can do more actions per minute in-game, which means you're more efficient. So that is how that works. We can fly to Aquilo. I will need to take out the modules in the back, or we will crash into huge asteroids. I'm just gonna hope I'm back in time. I'm not gonna be back in time. Already. Okay, I'll be back in a sec. Alright, I think I'm in time still. Okay, the big asteroids start coming in, so we cannot keep going at 200 kilometers a second. 1 is fine, but 2 is already a problem, so let's go to the back. Take those out. And that should slow us down enough so that we don't die. It's gonna be a trip. Flying to Aquilo with laser turrets is never a fast ordeal, at least not before you have laser damage 28 or something along the likes, and we are still working very hard on getting 8. Why are you not removing the achievement you completed hundreds of hours ago? Pride. Pure pride. Yeah, you cannot repin an achievement that you already have. You can only track achievements that you don't have yet. So that's why I keep it on here. I actually have a completely separate install of Factorio just to make the series. Because in the series I obviously cannot have it pinned, so when I refilm scenes, this thing should not be in there. So I copy my save games for the episode I'm trying to film over to the separate install, where I then also have editor extensions mod installed, so it's a little bit easier to set up scenes and whatnot. But yeah, that's the official install, the actual one without the extra editor modes and stuff. Okay, my hydration beer is finished. So let's switch over to hydration coffee. Hey Ben the fish. You're the only subscriber who's constantly featured on screen somehow. The inner solar system at 250 kilometers a second is a breeze. You are arriving at the planets in under a minute. But the trip to Aquilo, yeah, a little bit longer. I have 3 separate instances of Factorio right now. Those are rookie numbers, man. I've got one for every single tryout and series. I still got the new player experience installed separate. I don't know how many versions I currently have. I have the so for those of okay, yikes! Ooh, that was close. Yeah, that's we are like at the maximum speed here. You can see the lights flickering when we have too many lasers operating at the same time. We're coming back. I think this is a cable issue. Okay. Alright, I think the audio is still coming through. Oh, what? Why is it not working? Tell me the phone is too hot. There's some weird stuff going on with the connection. Is it stable now, or is it crappy? For those of you who didn't got disconnected. Everything seems to be fully back. That's probably already typed before I tested it. Zero. Okay, 0 is not a lot. I have like cutouts every time. I don't know why. It was incredibly stable all this time. Stable again. I'm not convinced yet. Okay, this looks stable again. Okay, the upload pattern is really weird. Like the bit rate. It goes like to double what it needs for a while and then to 0 for a while. So that is kind of freaking me out. Good. Okay, let's hope. I wiggled the cable again. Let's hope that didn't do damage. Back to 0. Okay, it did damage. I think there's just one part of my setup that is just causing issues, and I cannot seem to find out which one it is because it's not causing issues all the time. So I cannot really effectively test for it. There's no way the stream is good now. I can maybe watch myself somewhere. Let's go to YouTube is complaining. Okay, it seems to be stable now again at least. And right as I say that, okay, people in chat seem to say it is good, so I'm just gonna assume it's good then, though despite upload speed being 0 every now and then. I'm gonna save here in case we get disconnected then. Arrived at Aquilo for fusion power stuff. Yeah, I'm streaming from laptop through mobile connection. It normally works. The issue is almost never the upload speed. That's not true. Sometimes it's the upload speed. Stable is gone again. There is just nothing being uploaded for like 10 seconds on end. Maybe it's just because it's like space scene. I noticed while editing that the space scenes, because there's a lot of black screen, uses a lot less. The videos are even the raw videos are way smaller than the ones which are filmed on planets. Okay, so let's just drop down to Aquilo. We can see the side lasers working. They are good enough. These stationary asteroids coming in, those come in at such low speeds that even a couple side lasers can deal with those efficiently enough. Let's just watch one just to make sure the bitrate is okay, because I'm still freaking out. I'm just gonna close that window, man. It's freaking me out. It takes a long time, but the asteroid doesn't even get halfway. So we would have to have like 3 of them spawning at the same time to really cause any issues. Okay, it does get halfway, doesn't it? It very much does get halfway. Alright, we'll drop to Aquilo. Bitrate should shoot through the roof right now. Or at least go back to the maximum of 6 megabits a second, which the maximum upload speed allowed for one of the streaming platforms. I forgot which one. Nice. It's also pretty dark though. Okay, Aquilo. Problem from Aquilo is we don't have a lot of space in here, so probably going to be dropping some stuff on the floor. Stream just jumped forward. Yeah, I'm again back at 0. Let's generate some bitrate. Sorry, I don't try to cause vertigo. Guess I can just do this. That should be enough already. Yeah, no. No. 0. Grumpy. I think there's some sort of a problem going on. Right. I have figured out how to disconnect without losing the YouTube stream though, so I think I'm just gonna reset not the entire phone, but I'm just gonna switch off and on the data stuff and USB tethering and see if that fixes things. Okay, now I'm holding the. Am I the antenna? I could be the antenna here. No, the speed is not the problem, man. Okay, I'll do an upload speed right now. Pretty sure the speed is not the problem. So next to streaming, if I now run the upload speed test, what do I get? So I am streaming at the same time. Streaming is 6 megabits a second. And my upload speed is, come on, you can tell me. Let's test once more. I got 11.2 megabits a second next to streaming. Okay, so no wait, so the cable is not the problem, the connection is not the problem. Then what is the problem? Why can I upload so much data through my cable, through my phone, reliably, but the stream is still crapping out for some reason? So that means the issue needs to be somewhere. Somewhere past the point of my hardware. Okay, maybe that did awake something, because now the stream looks stable again. Okay, now I'm uploading how I should be uploading, 6 megabits a second stable. I think the troubles are over. That was the soft equivalent of have you tried switching it off and on again, I suppose. So, right, I will load back that save. Why? I'm still in early game mindset apparently. I should get out of that early game mindset. We don't need to save time anymore. It's 1000x late game. Alright, yeah, okay. Upload speed seems perfect again. Good. My bug finding abilities go beyond in game. Oh yeah, right. Let's drop down. We will re-drop down to Aquilo. Apparently I clicked on Ben the Fish. We can watch Ben the Fish for a bit. Yeah, I know the phone speed issues, but I had like 6 times the required upload speed, and there are not 6 times as many people in this area as when I started streaming, for sure. If anything, there are less people here now, so it was definitely something else. Right, what are we here to do anyway? Let's grab the inventory at least. Maybe not all. We do need this. Maybe some. We're gonna need some chests and whatnot. I think we're gonna be here for a while as well. Okay, first thing we're gonna drop is some chests, because we're gonna be using them. I can drop everything on the floor, really. It doesn't really matter. But let's try to avoid that. The bots should pick it up automatically though, so there's not really a benefit with it. You can just do automatically trash while it's not requested. That gives us 20 extra inventory slots, and then the logistics bots will just put it in these chests, which gives us the rest of the inventory slots. Let's try if that works. So we do need the refined concrete. We need 600 of these. Do we need all of these? I think we need all of these on the planet. The rest is for making the fusion reactors, I think. This can go now. 601.3k and then 6k for these things, right? Yeah, 6k for these things. Okay, so we need all of them. We decided to use this thing as temporary solution, so that will drop everything. Also this 600 carbon fiber we need. And the 900 tungsten plates. We do have 900 on board, so those can... Wait. No. Nope. Ah, too late. This we need to make railguns on Nauvis. So I will need to launch those carbon fibers back up again. Oh, that's a whoops. Okay, the logistics bots did not keep up. I wonder if everything is still laying on the floor. That's gonna drain my armor, I'm pretty sure. Alright, and it's not too bad. Okay, it is still going down though. Not all the bots are charging just yet. We got 18 rare roboports charging 36 bots simultaneously. That was half my power of this battery bank. So it was a lot. I do have 1300 of those. I need only 12. And I also mistakenly send down the carbon fiber. Okay. Let's go back to the ship. What else do we need? We need these and these. I think that is about it. And 600 processing units of rare quality. Those we need as well. Alright, so now we'll just add these to 0. That should bring the rest. And if I... Oh yeah, okay, so those get dropped on the floor before they go in the trash slots. So it looks like they go in the inventory for 1 tick. And it doesn't fit. And it gets spawned on the floor before it is put into the trash slots, apparently. Okay, that's gonna keep happening then. Because technically we could take out some stuff, but... Okay, now it goes where it should go, because there's 10 slots available. That's what I think, at least. Alright, I got... let's check then. Find a hotbar which is not in use. Just to check the numbers. 2400. That's good. To go along with those we need 2400 of these. 2900. What happened to the rest then? Okay, okay, that is a problem. I might have despawned those. Yeah, that is a problem. So what happens is you can only spawn stuff on the floor up to 2 chunks away. If it goes beyond that, it just gets deleted out of existence. Yeah, there is definitely no rare ones in here. So that means of the... Oh wait, we have got these... No, we've got everything. We've got everything. I was gonna say, it's not 2 chunks. It was laying until here or so. So it should be able to spawn roughly on this border. We got everything. 7,900 of those. Apparently 2,900 of those. I think those were present in there. 500 at least. Yeah, 500 should be in there to make quantum processors. Those chests are full, so they are not being made right now. Let's fix that. Start up the production process again. Yeah, I think I've got all that I need. So these are used to make the fusion reactors, these are used to make the fusion generators. We need the 6,000... The 6,000 rare things, yeah, these. Those we still need. Okay, so I'm gonna take these out temporarily. So that this doesn't fall all over the floor. Hopefully that works. Alright, that works. That needs to be put back. This is my stuff. 24. 24. We can just drop that in here, that's fine. There's a lot of those things on board. I think the last of them, yeah, one more set and this one set still needs to drop. Uh, 3k. Yeah, another 3k. And then we've got everything we need. Okay. We've got a lot of things to do here. I probably should make a list to make sure I don't forget anything. I think all of the stuff is downloaded from the ship. So these are the elements we need to turn into something. So what do we need to do? We need to make these 24. We need to make these 60. And of course this is easy to forget, we need the fuel cells. Ideally 1800 or more. And maybe we need to automate those, although that can wait. We don't need them automated until at least like 50 hours from now. Probably more still. It's probably more important to get the ship out there first. We need to do that. We also need to... We can... Yeah, let's make the list first. We need to make... I think some of these projects are small enough to not add them to the list, so let's do those first. Right, so this is all just fusion reactor stuff. We can do that later. We need to use up this stuff for some stuff, and we need to figure out what it was. I think we need to make some more quantum processors. We have 1300 of everything left here. And 2600 lithium plates, so we need to match that with 1300 superconductors, so we can make more rare quantum processors, so we'll do that. Then we have this stuff. That's going to be for these. Alright, let's put it somewhere over here. 600, 600, 600 and 1200. So that is all of that. 1200 rare lithium, which we also easily have. Ah no, 600 only. So that should make rare cryogenic plants directly. We can do that later. That spends all of the resources. I think this is going to be the slowest step. We have 1300 units to convert and we are making 0.35 a second. So I guess we want to maybe switch over some of these quality ones. To productivity ones as well. Which means we want some productivity modules from the ship. How many do we have left? 24. We need 15 more. So we want to have only 9 on the ship. I'm being very stingy with these. I probably will launch those back up again once we are done. Alright, I think that's the slowest step, so that is what we need to do first. I do have 2 monitors, yeah, the problem is indeed looking at it. It is, it doesn't like, I don't see the movement in the corner of my eye. So I have to physically remind myself to look at it every now and then. Sometimes I just plainly forget. I can't help it. Alright, so this is a good moment to drop away everything. 1300. I think that should be alright. That fits. Alright, so if I do half in here, now I can do half in here, half in here. And I probably should save. rare QPs, or KPs, I suppose. Alright, and then for the lithium, now we got all 4 of them going. That is alright. I guess then we will maybe just add speed. I guess these resources don't really matter anymore. We have fully automated normal quantum processors at least. So I guess we can just feed this back into here. I guess the bots will pick that up eventually. Pop that in here, I suppose. Okay, that is pretty full. How you do the half trick? Control right click and control left click. Put half in a chest somewhere away, and then you can put a quarter in each chest, pick up the half and quarter it again. Yeah, the glowy pipes, no, they are specifically cozy. It is very, very, very inefficient to have a heat pipe network to heat everything up. To have that connected to the same network as your power plant. But it looks nice, so we did it anyway. All of it is connected to the same heat network. Alright, so what's next then? That is the slow step. I think the fuel cells is probably the next slowest step. We do have a fuel cell producer here, actually. I forgot about that. Producing 1.71 fuel cell per second. It is so cheap too. It just requires holmium and lithium. We're going to be in Serder limited. I can do productivity. Will it help? 1.44 a second. 1.71 a second. We can add another beacon. That's not forbidden. Now we're doing 2 a second. That is pretty good. But then again, we do not need to conserve holmium nor lithium. So why would we bother? How much can we insert? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. $10, $12, $14 a second. We need 18 a second at the moment, so we are a little bit too fast. $12 a second. That's about 14 a second. We don't have inserters here either. Drop another stack of the rare ones. Alright. So fuel cell production should be fairly fast. We need 1800 fuel cells. I guess that's going to be the limiting factor now. For the rest, we only need to make the fusion plant, I think. See if we can outspeed the bots. Okay, it's not getting trashed now. Alright, I think everything is alright there though. Oh yeah, that will finish shortly. Fuel cells. We just need to put stuff in here then. It is 5 lithium, 1 holmium. Yeah, 5 lithium, 1 holmium. This is gonna make 1 fusion cell from that. So we have around 1800 fuel cells. Let's get 2000 holmium and 10,000 lithium. If we have it. We do. We can do more. 3015k. It's only used to make fuel anyway. And 10. Okay, then we need 5 chests for the lithium. $15k lithium. That's probably 2 trips. I do hope I... Oh yeah, wait. I did. I did, didn't I? Please tell me I did store lithium somewhere. Not only in the furnaces. Okay, yeah, I did. Alright. I can carry 15,000 in one go. That's pretty nice. So that should become over 3,000 fuel cells. I guess eventually we'll need to automate them somewhere near the rocket silos, but like I said, that's for future worry. Uh, 3,000 fuel cells. It's going to be more because of the productivity modules. We're going to need to output 2 fuel cells. Or do we? Okay, we're out of ammonia, of all things. It's probably because we have stopped making ice platforms. So, sure. We need to start eating up the ammonia again, or the ice again, at least. Alright, that should... Yeah, that's better. Hopefully that will start being continuous pretty soon. Yeah, but now we're not outputting the fuel cells fast enough. That'll have to do though. Let's grab my inventory again. Where is it? Here? No, 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 no. It's over there, alright. So we'll have to turn it around to fit the stuff thematically together. And now we're making almost 3 fuel cells a second, I think. Not sure if the ammonia or the holmium is the limiting factor. It looks like the ammonia still, but yeah, it's fast enough. That's gonna create all what we need. What we need now is the actual fusion plant then. Let's check the ship if I forgot something important. So what did we come here for? We came here to make cryogenic plants. We have the stuff, we still need to do it. And we need to get the fuel cells, and then we need to make the fusion plant. That's all the things we need to do. I think we're ready to make the fusion plant. Let's first make the cryo plant, since that's already set up to do so. It's rare quality already, so we don't care about quality. We do care about speed, which means let's change it out for some speed modules. So this is the stuff we have. This is as simple as just clicking it in, I think. Make rare cryos. And then we need to launch a lot of stuff up, I suppose. Okay, that's pretty slow indeed. Let's speed it up. I'm gonna hand feed this, because that's just gonna take way too long to put in with like 2 inserters. Alright. 30 rare cryogenic plants, so that's good. We need 4 of them on the ship right now. And 12 of them on the ship in total. I had 6 already here as well. Thinking how many I should take. So 12 and 20. Let's leave 4 on the planet. We have then 20 on the ship. Let's take 20 of these as well. I think I still have 5 of those on the ship actually. Cryogenic plants. Yeah, we have 5 uncommons on the ship. Getting distracted by shiny lasers again, are we? Yes, we are. So we need only 15. So what I want to launch up then? These. This stays here. Guess it can go in my inventory. I guess I'll launch 20 normal ones up as well. So we'll still have a bunch of them on Aquilo. And then it's time to make the diffusion plant, I think. For which we need to pick up more resources. I don't want quality fusion plants, I just want 30-second crafting time. Not anymore. We have a crafting speed of 15.8 now, so that's a 2-second crafting time. And then the reactors, regular quality. No extra quality. 60-second crafting time. Alright, time to pick up the stuff we brought over. And the fish will stay warm as well, though there's no heat pipes. I could have put a couple heat pipes here to keep the fish warm. But I thought that would melt the ice perhaps, so... Alright, that is not gonna fit all in the same time, so we'll first do the fusion reactors and then the fusion generators. Alright, we're gonna do inserters versus hand feeding. On the left side we have two rare inserters trying to input 650 items per fusion reactor. And on the right side we have me hand feeding this one. Alright, I forgot about the quantum processors. So we need to take 3000 quantum processors. Okay, I was thinking we don't have them, but of course we have them. I mean, we have automated them literally for once. So let's just take a couple extra. So we need to add 1500 quantum processors to this side. Right? Something like that. And then the rest is for me. Let's just have a couple extra. Alright. Let the competition begin. I think we're off to a head start. We already completed 3 of them against 0 for the automation side. Oh, I'm already out of resources. Well, I think we're already done before that guy has created the first one. Okay, I got my 6 already. This is why I do a lot of hand feeding. This is an extreme example, of course, but you know, especially if you have more than one. It doesn't really pay to wait around. Okay, quantum processors, more quantum processors. We need to pick up 3000 of these. I guess we could start launching those. I should have done that already. That was a mistake. Let's try starting that now. So for that we could just grab this, put them in here. Temporarily put those back there. Automatic requests. That should be on anyway, so that is good that we find out about that. But then we can launch 3000 of those things up. We need those to make the railguns. We still have the carbon fiber, these things, and we need barrels of liquid. Maybe not 1000. We need like 40 for the ship, and I think we still have a bunch. Let's say whatever we have in this chest over here is literally a chest of barrels. Let's bring 4000. I don't know. How much fluid needs to go in there still. I think it's already satisfied. So we can again start filling these. With the 4K, I guess we can just launch them up here. That will get done automatically as well. And of course the 12 fusion reactors. I guess those should go in here as well. This is a great actually, just to do the fusion reactors. So if we add the fusion reactors here. And these 60 pieces. That should get launched automatically as well. Okay, we do still have enough supplies. Alright, rotate that back. That will launch the fusion reactors and we can make the... that plus rare quantum processors, 3000. Yeah, 50 QPs per 100 of these. So 3000 quantum processors added should make everything. Okay, these are done. That's good news. We'll just add half in each chest. And then we'll have to hope we have 3000 quantum processors. That's 4000. I think that's all we have though. Fusion reactors. We could actually, yeah, we could also just have 1000 sitting on the ship. If we later want to make fusion reactors or rare railguns directly or something, we already have the quantum processors and we don't need to go to Aquilo. Because that's a long flight. The inner planets we can quite easily just do. But Aquilo is always a little bit of an issue. Alright. Let's triple stack this. How can we scenically do this? Rare fusion generators. I put in 400, not 4K. Okay, that's... Oh yeah, 4 barrels, that's alright. I don't think there are any other 400s which I put in recently. Inventory is so large. If I... yeah, that will... Okay, there's no way to do this scenically then, but... could make the E smaller. Alright. Let's quickly make 60 of these things. And we can grab the rest by now. I'm not even... if I just need to grab something and I'm already not fast enough to keep up. But yeah, I'm not going to have like stacks of rare fusion generators laying around. They are way too expensive to automate, so I just want to make the ones I need. And that's about it. Alright, and the last one. That should be 60, if I did my math correct. $21, $42, $60. Nice. How is this guy getting along? 4 more to go. Doesn't really matter what order, I think. These launch up per 5? Yeah, per 5. That should work. Right, how is the fuel cells going? Okay, we do have... it is the fluids which are the problem. Can we... That should make a little... Okay, that is making fluids. Alright, so... that is how to speed up this then, apparently. Alright, now the fluid is not a problem. Fusion cell. Okay, 3 per second now, 170 a minute instead of 1 per second. So that's roughly 3 more minutes of production. We can already take 1200 of these things. Those need to be launched up as well. I guess let's use the central rocket area as well, why not? I can just stash them here. If we are requesting them at least. We should be launching those up, no problem. Depending on how long we have to wait, we'll launch 1800 or 24. Or 3000 if I just cannot find them for another 6 minutes. That could also be a thing. So now these bots can also help since we're not doing science. These 4 rocket silos will also be working. Alright, so now we got all 6 rocket silos on the planet working to launch up stuff to the ship. That is good. I think we made all the things that we need to. Now we just need to make sure not to leave before we absolutely have everything on board. I think we need to de-ice the freezer again. Because this tank was starting to be empty. Alright, once that thing is full, I'll stop. I think that should do the trick. Yeah, we got like 15k fluid in there now. That's good. F? It should not be F. Too bad you can't throw ice into the ocean. Can you not? I guess you cannot. That would be cool, actually. And now we gotta figure that out, if that's possible. I guess I cannot Z it into the ocean. Some inserter. Let's borrow this guy. He needs concrete. Okay, they are a little bit picky. Concrete and heat. Man, these guys want everything. I'll just put it in the hand directly. No, it doesn't appear so. I guess that's now going to be a thing. We need to keep the ammonia ocean cool enough or something. Alright. We are out of rocket fuel. 1030 rocket fuel if we have it. We should have it. Somewhere up here. As 1030 to match the other ingredients. Okay. 6 more launches there. Okay, fuel cells are already up. I guess we can bring this to the science area as well. I cannot count. $600 more fuel cells. I guess the reactors can go over here. Okay, I do have 1000 quantum processors on board. We'll go for 3k fuel cells, why not? Actually, we probably should leave them on Aquilo, the rest of it. Yeah, we'll leave the rest of it on Aquilo. I guess technically we can bring these fuel cells to this rocket silo and that should be automated enough, except it's not because, yeah, this is chest fed. So let's not do that. Alright then. So... I guess 1800 fuel cells is going to be enough. We don't want more. Because after this we should have automated fuel cells on Aquilo for sure. I think we've got everything then. We no longer need to make these. So that can go. This is made. This is made. We got the barrels. Not 1k, but that's fine. These things already be preloaded on the other planets. And we have the cryo plans on board as well, I think. No, we don't. Alright, I don't have the cryo plans on board just yet. I stuck them in a chest and I forgot about them, so that's why we double check. And I think these amounts are just small enough to launch up by hand real quick. But that was the very last thing we needed to check, and we checked for that. So I guess on the way back we'll fly through Fulgora instead of Gleba, the default. And we'll launch 40k 40,000 rare steel on board. If we still have space, it looks like we do. So we can make the laser turrets required, because of course we do need laser turrets over the entire area of the ship here. And if we want to fly to Vulcanus, that's like 500 lasers. In the end we'll need, I think, 2,000 of them or something. Which is why we need the 40,000 steel, 20 steel per laser. 2,000 laser turrets, 40,000 rare steel, holy moly. The batteries should be done and the green chips we should have already. So that is alright. Okay, one more launch, and I think then we're out of here. And we haven't even finished laser weapons damage 8 yet. But actually not too bad. I thought this would take a lot longer. Is there a way to produce quality holmium without recycling? Just put quality modules in the holmium makers. Like, you can use productivity, like I'm doing for science here, but I have one on the side which produces quality holmium. So it produces mostly regular holmium, which goes back to science, but then the quality holmium is filtered out and put into chests. So that is how I get quality holmium. But yeah, I think the other way is hard upcycling. That is a crappy way to do it. Or just making EM plants and recycling those. But of course you also need the other ingredients for those, which are all by themselves pretty useful to upcycle as well. So that's not really a problem. It's just more involved, I suppose. Alright. The ice cube is keeping the ocean cool. I think we are safe to get out of here then. This chest can go. We got what we needed. Times 2 apparently already. I got no weapons. Once more. Let's check before we are actually out of here because it's a long flight. Yeah, okay, we got everything. Got it. This we need to do on Nauvis. This we need to still do in Fulgora. This we all got it. That can go. And this we already picked up on Gleba. Just to remind myself, I'll put it up here. Oh. Wait, this is all active stuff, so that's a little bit dangerous. Alright, anyway, let's go. Done on Aquilo. Done on Aquilo. And now we get to the fun part then. We can finally launch everything up to the ship and we can power it with our fusion reactor now. And then we can fly the half-finished ship to Vulcanus. I'm sure nothing will fall off on the way. And we can use the space platforms from Vulcanus to finish the ship. I guess at some point we'll also come back for the belts and whatnot. Alright, I guess we're ready for the slow flight back. I guess the asteroid situation is looking okay. There's two way backs. The default way goes through Gleba to Nauvis, but we want to take the Fulgora route. So we'll actually have to select... Fulgora first in the list. Alright, hopefully the last dangerous flight without laser damage 8. Science is still going. Guess we'll enjoy the flight a little. I forgot the rare productivity modules. That is correct. We're going to be making more though. We need to make a lot more for the spaceship. I guess we don't, in the end we don't technically need them because after testing we just have way too many asteroids anyway. But I think without the productivity modules the machinery will not be fast enough for the real flights. But we don't need it quite yet. I think we're going to get damaged here. Okay, at least the asteroid collector survived. Oh. We can substitute Mark II productivity modules for now, I think. Probably I want to send the ship to Vulcanus before we start baking the productivity modules. I don't want to leave Nauvis behind with that not very great Biterect facility doing its thing unsupervised. We have had enough single points of failure throughout the run. Right, it's not looking as dense anymore. Are we already like halfway or something? Not quite. I don't think we can speed up just yet. Only 10k in from 30. Switch was offline for 3 minutes. Weird. Weird things, man. Weird things are happening with this multi-stream business. Okay, we are definitely not out of the dense asteroid part just yet. It just happens to be that most of them spawn on the left side, which is good. Right, should be far enough out to speed up a bit now. 19k. We can at least like try. I guess the ship won't completely disappear. If we throw a 1 speed module in there, we'll go from 80 kilometers a second . Over 100. Right, we'll just hope not one of these dense clusters comes, like here on the right side. Right, I think we can afford to go full throttle. For as long as we're flying still. We're almost there now. Alright, we arrived. So that should keep these things busy. These stop working after the speed drops under 10 kilometers a second. Hopefully we can fill up the pipes. For the most part at least. Okay, it looks like we're mostly full. That'll give us a nice slingshot out of here. Oh yeah, so we do absolutely need the steel. So I guess we'll request it. 40,000 rare steel from Fulgora. If I just change this to Gleba, won't interfere with anything. Drop to Fulgora. I guess we'll drop the armor as well. We're gonna be probably flying between both locations again. Right, I guess the rare ones should be ready by now. We'll just leave it up here. We can always make more by bringing over some more Nauvian resources. Alright, these silos are up again. And we do have at least some stuff in here. I guess these chests have filled up again as well. Okay, so that is good. That means the trickle is at least working. We are wasting some resources, but we are getting the rocket parts out of there that we need. Just like a safety backup. Okay, that's another lot of rare ones. Over 10k for the next whatever adventure awaits. What we need now is steel. We have a couple rocket silos at our disposal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. And then another 5 at the other base. It would be good if we could add a roboport to this one. Okay, that does cover the rocket silos exactly. It couldn't be a single tile lower. Alright, they are not set to automatic. So I guess we again have to switch off the inserters. And we can take out the signs temporarily, I suppose. So maybe we just upgrade these chests to rare chests. We'll be making a bunch more signs. That should stop the wasting of science packs as well. And that way we're gonna get the full production throughput of blue chips and LDSs. We're gonna need it to launch up all the steel. I guess we need a couple of these chests as well. So these are now set to automatic. This one already is set to automatic. And these are set to automatic as well. So we need to launch up 40k steel. That is going to be 10k, 20k. I guess we'll put some over here, some over here. 30k, 40k. I don't know how much we have, but I think we have more. There's 3 silos here, so let's do another 10k over here. That's 50-ish k. That now is the reason why we need a fast armor. We're gonna need to pick up some of that steel from previously quality moduled area. It does make me wonder if I should put back the quality modules in this cursed steel build. I cannot find it because this one is upside down. Okay, it's over here. There used to be quality modules in here and in here. But eventually that got stuck with steel and things. But since I'm now going to be eating up most of that steel, okay, that's gonna launch. And that's gonna launch. Yeah, since I'm now going to be eating up most of that steel, not entirely sure if I should leave it as is. I mean, 50,000 quality steel at the cost of later forgetting that I need to unclog that steel system again would be worth it. There's 1600 steel, 2000 steel per set of launches. That's basically 20 launches for 40k steel, 20 sets of launches at least. But yeah, we also got a bunch of rare chests. I guess we need a rare chest to put all the rare chests in. I still cannot get myself to make a belt immunity equipment. That's all full. One more chest there. Just doing it chest by chest so I can kind of keep track on how many resources I actually have. So that's 10 chests filled. That's 48k. That's about 50k steel then, I would say. I guess we can leave this up. I think we're gonna have to put those quality modules back. It's just too good to pass up. This could be another 2 steel per chest if we really need it. I don't think we need that many chests, it's just we're getting them out of the quality system. Every now and then. There's even more steel there. I think we already have 60k then. We can just leave this over here and then we can request steel or chests whenever we happen to be needing them. Alright, so we need 8 quality modules. No, 12. 12 per side, 24 in total. if we want to quality back up that area. I hope I didn't make any other changes to it. It's probably worth it. Yeah, I think I just added these chests over here. For the rest, I didn't make any changes, so we can simply do this, this, and this. And that should get the quality steel ball rolling again for however long it takes. Problem is, it just once these chests fully fill up, which is after a very long time, the processing capacity becomes slower, about half the speed it needs to be, because the recycler is getting clogged up. So I think I'm not going to redesign that or anything. But this is just going to give us our next batch of steel, and then 20 hours later we'll have to probably come and take them out again. No, I'm not going to set up bots just to do that. It's 1000 times science cost. We should make sure we have something to do for ourselves every now and then. Alright, that concludes the running like a maniac part. Now it's again up to find my inventory part. It was not this stuff. I suppose I put it over here then. Yeah. There is way too many chests of chests. Alright, once the steel shenanigans are done, I think I'll just use manual loading to load like some chests back onto the ship. Maybe just like 5 stacks or so. I got plenty of on Nauvis as well. We did a lot of steel business on Nauvis too. Alright, the other thing we needed was these things. And these things. We wanted to launch those up as well. So everything in there except those, and those. I guess we could go down. Not sure how much steel we still need. Okay, we're halfway. 28,000 or 20,000 from 40. So yeah, let's go down. I'm sure it's safe. We can launch this up over here. Okay, there is a problem, maybe. I don't know, this ship is just waiting here. It already has everything on board that it needs, so... Yeah, okay, we're not interfering with anything. Just go to Nauvis and then Glabba to drop off the rocket parts again. think our business is done on Fulgora then as well. And there were some other things we were supposed to be looking for, like these. I don't really think we've got a whole lot of those. It's not a negligible amount. I guess let's take them. And we're off. This is just my short way back, you know. It's quicker to launch yourself up into literal space and then just drop down to the cargo bay again, rather than to fly back. Sure, it costs something, but you know, time is money. Yeah, we don't have quality 4 now. It's 5 million to research epic quality and then another 5 million for legendary. Which was never in the cards, just to go to the solar system edge. And doesn't seem terribly important right now. It will also break a bunch of systems if I... Just unlocking it will break many of the builds. Because I was never meant to unlock it. How is the steel business going? 31 from 40k. So let's drop back down again. We needed to go from there to there. So this was obviously much faster. Literal rocket speed. Did forget one thing, not really forget, but in the future we will need to like build another rocket silo on Aquilo, I think. Oh, I did forget the quantum processor stuff. Okay. We need storage for 80,000 quantum processors, because that's the amount the Prometheum ship is going to be picking up. Currently we've got 10, 20, 30k storage. And it's mostly full. Yeah, right, supplies are looking good again. Trains are being offloaded again. I do have to say, I think of all of the planetary builds, I think Fulgora again is going to be my favorite. It was not the easiest one or the most fun one to design or build, but it is just the sheer insanity of dealing with this much scrap at a time for a single purpose. It is just crazy. How many hours on this save? About 567.5. And the half obsolete. That half hour is not obsolete. We forgot a lot of stuff in that half hour, like building a second rocket silo on Aquilo. These chests are literally empty. So I guess, how much steel do we have left? Alright, looks like we're back. Maybe. This data is uploading. There is some chat on the screen, that is a good sign. My chat window is still offline, I think. And there I am, alright. Twitch is back as well, okay. Nice. Alright, my phone decided it was fully charged, so it no longer needed to charge share internet or whatever. Didn't miss much. We just launched the rest of the steel. 42k steel on board, so we should be able to start making the laser turrets on Nauvis. Let's go there. This is a lot more comfortable travel speed. So let's have a quick check. How is it going on Nauvis with the space platforms? We are still making some. We've got 6.5k steel income, terrible. I guess platform production has fallen back down to about 40 a minute after we ran out of artificially injected steel. Did keep it going for like 3.5 hours or so that's not too bad. But Vulcanus basically has been producing 180 platforms a minute all the time. That means we are not clogging up. Throwing overboard the stone bricks looks like it's not breaking anything. We are going to be switching to purple signs in 1 hour time. Both iron and copper is full. We've got 20,000 space platforms waiting for us, so that's great. How is the belt doing? Belt is still working as well. We've got our 1,000 splitters, 1012. About 5,000 green underground belts have been made so far. 7,000 already, alright. 12k regular belts, 1.3k splitters. Guess we should maybe look. Yeah, 5k right now. 10k belts. That's more than half of what we need. How is it on Nauvis? Let's drop down. Oh, we're gonna need a lot of stuff from the spaceship this time. How come the Johnnies don't see me when I land there? That's what I want to know. I was gonna check something important and now I completely forgot what it was. So it probably was not that important. Check something on Nauvis. Alright, never mind then. It probably will come back to haunt us later. Ah yeah, the bells. Now I see the bells. We just need to check the logistics network for belt. We got the yellow ones. We need 15k of each type. So we still need about 5k red ones and 5k blue ones. So perhaps once we're back on Vulcanus, we might actually want to... Okay, it's 26 a minute. Make blue belts on Vulcanus. But maybe it's not necessary then. We are... about 5k short, I suppose. At 25 a minute. That's 3 hours of production, so that's something. But I think we'll be needing that amount of time to prepare the rest of the ship. So let's send down the goodies. What we've made this entire interplanetary trip for. Here we go. We need the 3000 quantum processors. We need a 40k steel first and foremost, so let's pretend we want a maximum of 2000 steel on the ship, which we do actually, above Nauvis. That should start sending all the steel away very, very rapidly. And the Johnnies shall be receiving it very, very rapidly. Alright, it's gonna rain steel for a good while. Guess we can follow the same approach for the other business. So we can say we don't want any quantum processors on board. That will launch those out as well. 3k. The barrels. We don't want them on board above Nauvis. So they go as well. Fusion reactors. Fusion generators. If only we could send it orbit to orbit. That would be logical. The quantum processors will keep. The fuel cells will need. The spoilage we need. Right, steel has been sent. This has been sent. Send, send, send. We'll keep that on board. Send, send. Alright, and then we need to send down the other stuff for the railguns. So these things, these things, these things. Alright, and this is just idling on board for some reason. Also send down those. I guess we'll force down the signs, which we accidentally uploaded. And then lastly, the armor. And that should be normality restored. That is a lot of stuff. Okay, it does fit. Right? Okay, it does fit. Right. Before I take anything, except for my armor, that should be in the bottom somewhere. There we go. Hello, Johnnies. We will first prepare a little bit of a chest area, because that was a lot of stuff. 40k steel. That's 5k per chest. From those, and the rest is probably not that important how it is organized. Let's just make sure we have some space. Alright. We'll be taking a couple flights there and back again. All of the steel is just for laser turrets, man. I guess we can, for the rest we can just collect everything from the trash slots quite easily, because everything gets auto-trashed, but we don't have bots. Or we do have bots, but we don't have chests to put it in, so nothing gets actually picked up. Okay, it might still not fit in the inventory, it doesn't. We have barrels, we have the fusion stuff, we got the railgun stuff. I guess that goes in here. We have 5,000 more to do, but we took another 3,000 plus the other ingredients here. Let's put these away. I think we can first take the rest out of the cargo bay now. Alright, that's everything. Except for the signs, which I'll just leave in there. That will be automatically... Okay, no, apparently not. I just distribute it ourselves. That's all the stuff we had. The fuel cells. Then we had some extra stuff which we just took, like these. That's a railgun and 2 fusion reactors for the personal armor. Now we can make 4. I guess we also have this extra. And that's about it. Alright. Normal speed armor goes back in here. This is for making railguns. Together with these quantum processors. So we'll need to do another 80 times Force the Hand of Fate to get our 80 railguns out of that. But that's probably not too important right now. We don't need railguns just yet. That's fusion power, and this we need to make efficiency modules. Okay, not too bad. I didn't need that many chests. We do need some more things. Let's just quickly go over the inventory, like those 12 cryogenic plants. We need. I guess we launch up 10 more foundries. I can restore the inventory off cam. That is annoying, but we do need those cryogenic plants for the ship. We're going to be building the ship now. Alright. So, here's our ship with a big hole in the middle. That's going to get filled up in Vulcanus era. I guess we can make a copy of this blueprint. If I make a copy of it and delete the floor, will it also delete everything on the floor? Apparently it does not. So now I have one without the floor. Let's change it. That means we can paste this on top right now. And that should tell us everything we need. And now I realize I also need the green bells. We need to launch those up. I'll keep some long ones on board for the other planets. Okay, so yeah, I'll pick up those bells, then we'll paste the blueprint. And then we'll build a ship and we'll fly to Vulcanus. Okay, that's probably all. Alright, so we can throw that in the trash. The bots will sort it out. Paste the ship with hull blueprint. So this ship is not supposed to have a hull, unlike the space platforms which make designs. This is supposed to be a solid ship. But yeah, we just don't have the stuff yet. So we only have the outline. That's gonna have the thrusters, the fuel system, laser turrets, and 2 fusion reactors. So let's paste it. Nothing will get built except the stuff which already happened to be on board from the previous iteration of the ship, which never made it out of here. Let's do paste 25 solar panels. Right, some of the pipework is getting made. I guess we can then auto request missing construction stuff. That will tell us what we need. It will also start eating through our supplies, so that is not great. The supplies we have to repair the other ships. So I guess we quickly want to look what is in here and then at least resupply that again. So belts, pipes, say 2k belts, and then it was like 500 of each type of pipe. I think the rest is fairly specific. Alright, the asteroid collectors. I guess we already made the thrusters. 42 of course. Crushers. Asteroid collectors, we'll just send it all up. Alright, let's bring that over. Okay. And then we can check what else is there. I think we should start on the laser turrets, perhaps. Okay, let's first see what we can build. The laser turrets will be quick. You know, hand feeding. We'll quickly make 2000 laser turrets in no time at all. Let's bring over the green bells. Looks like we need 1000 more and then like 100 of the other things. We'll bring a bit more. I'll just bring all the green belts. Okay. That's the green belts. Then we need to specifically collect some stuff, like I guess the fusion reactor. Did we not take it? Yeah, we did not take the fusion reactor. 2 times 600 fuel cells. 4 of those for now. Guess we can launch those up already. We know it will be 12 later. Alright, the rocket area is busy. Okay, that's good. The asteroid collectors are working already. That is good. Because we will need some asteroids on the belt here to start making the fuel. I think we're going to be launching up some water barrels in the end. We need to launch up some of these. I don't know how many I decided on exactly. Let's do this many. That is to start up the fusion reactors. So we should also have 2 of these. And then whatever we're still missing. Let's find out. Okay, we'll go step by step. 20 long-handed inserters. Two pumps of uncommon quality, which we don't have. Okay, so we'll make those. Two rare substations. For no reason. 20 steel. And then some red chips and copper cable. Right. Okay, the fusion reactors are getting built. That's good stuff. I do want to request the 1200 fuel cells from Nauvis. There come the cryogenic plants. We'll be missing some modules, but we'll wait for the modules until everything else is up there. So it's then 14 lights apparently, 12 plants and 8 beacons. Beacons. I guess we'll have to manually stow that in there. Since that's all going to be like incomplete stacks, that is not going to work with the automatic stuff. We are doing our hauler. Yeah, it indeed was a lot of work. The first design didn't go very well. It was a slim one. So the first one was this one, but it had weaknesses on the side. We have no rocket turrets, just lasers and railguns. The lasers are not included in here. But it didn't work, it got destroyed. And then we just went wider, because the front is very well defended, just the sides are the problem. So why not have more front? So then we went this wide, which was the right idea. But then I thought, let's try to get it all on one ship for the full 1800 SPM, including the flight time and everything. And the time above Nauvis to actually make the signs. So then we ended up with this design. Which is over 100,000 space platforms and has 1.7 million asteroid chunk belt capacity over like 60,000 different underground belt tiles and whatever. 98 railguns and then lasers to destroy the rest. So the railguns do huge and big, and then the lasers do medium and small, and whatever happens to drift into the side. And then we just have 4 railgun shell feeders, limited by inserter speed because they're red inserters. We still don't have fast inserters. 2 fusion plants, which I stole from the solar system edge ship. It worked great. A bit of storage for the signs, and 80,000 quantum processors we'll need to make the 1.5 million signs per trip above Nauvis right here. And then we have 2 fuel processing plants which put it into the thrusters. Exactly enough thrusters, with limited by a pump, so that we can travel at the comfortable speed of 69.69 kilometers a second steadily. Very important. Looks like normality has restored, so let's check out how is it looking here. Now we're gonna remotely start up the ship then. I did not launch up the 2 pumps, apparently. I also do not have them in my inventory, so where the heck did those go? Okay, that's a mystery to solve another time. We do need the laser turrets. But before we have the laser turrets, we do need to start up the fusion reactor, or the laser turrets will hog all the power from the solar panels. I think I already accidentally launched up some lasers though, so that's not great. In fact, let's actually make a deconstruction planner that just deletes all the lasers. Alright. So just 2 thrusters, and then we need a couple of modules. 8, 16 and 24. And 60. I guess we'll first grab those. We'll substitute for Mark II productivities. 24, 16 and 8. Alright. And then the 2 thrusters that didn't get launched. Okay, they're all back to automatic. I think we first start up the ship and then we'll do the laser turrets. How is the asteroid situation? Okay, we have them, we have something going. There already is some fuel in the thrusters, but this thing is so massive we need to have basically at a full tank, or it won't be able to push it out of Nauvis' gravity well before it runs out and start meeting the medium asteroids. Let's start up the ship. This is going to be the good part. Alright, so you might notice a flaw in this design, whereas how are the fuel cells are gonna get into there? Well, you know who you're watching, right? It's gonna be like this. You can also delete them again by doing this, and they'll just go straight back in here. I think we first want to unload the fluids though. For that, you have the same idea. No inserters needed. Just plop the barrel unloader right here and here. Then we'll give it 30 barrels per side. Just click it out there again. This is a one-time thing. And then this thing is obsolete. It can go again. Now we got the fluid in there. About 250 per reactor apparently. This is good enough. Okay, we do need to click that out of there as well. Alright. So now the coolant is in there. 1.5k. Barrels are magically back in the ship. So now, as soon as I plop the fuel cells in there, we should be in business. There we go, it's working. We are consuming fuel. So let's not be ineffective and use the neighbor bonus. So we are going to have to do this every flight. That sounds bad until you realize that every flight means like once per 15 hours or so. So it's not that bad after all. And we're running on fusion power. All 4.8 gigawatts of it apparently. That should be enough. And the solar panels and assemblers can be deleted. As well as these barrels, I suppose. And we already have the next fusion cells on board. We also still have 22,000 space platforms on board. We can build this ship while it's flying. I think we do need an upgrade planner, which is actually going to be a downgrade planner. So we can at least utilize some of the productivity bonus. So that is going to put the modules in there. The main issue is water to make fuel. Yeah, we still have barely got any fuel in there. We do have metal and carbonics on the belt, so that is good. But we just need a lot of water and possibly calcite. So I think we're gonna send up some water barrels. We got 300. Okay, that's gonna stack only to 10, I suppose. But we also still need the laser turrets. Let's not forget about those. We're gonna need to fill water, so we're gonna need an offshore pump. Or no, we actually just need to connect an assembler. I think it's just gonna be a single assembler with some artificially induced speed. We're just gonna shift click all of that into existence. $1,000 barrels. Test. Something is complaining again. Okay, seems good. Okay, we got 1,000 barrels. Now we need to find a water station. There's also beacons are too OP. Just make sure it goes absolutely fast. Now we just need to find the closest water pipe and hope that the offshore pump can keep up, basically. Here is sulfuric acid somewhere, so there should be some findable water. Sure. There we go. Fill water barrel. Okay, that is fairly fast. I think we don't need the... yeah, we're not gonna be able to click fast enough. Okay, I should have brought my inventory. Okay, that's fine. We can actually put 70 water barrels in there at a time. It's not too bad. Yeah, the water is not keeping up. We're already faster than the water is being supplied. Doing things in stupid ways since forever. And that's 1,000 water barrels, and we're out. Okay, we'll let those get launched automatically. Of course, I'm not a savage. So, spaceship. Somewhere should have a cargo hub thing. Okay, still the 2 pumps are missing. I need 4 pumps, that's why 2 pumps are missing. Literally, it's my own fault. So we did launch them up, but we needed double the amount. Let's request the water bottles. That was the point. Water. And we'll also put some... Will calcite get put in automatically? Okay, we'll not request calcite. I'll just do it myself. That is 1,000 water being launched up into space for some reason. The reason is that we want to fly to Vulcanus without waiting. I need to steal the 1 launch of calcite as well, just to be sure. And then we can start up the ship. But first we need to get the laser turrets at least going. Rare laser turret time. I guess we'll first bring over the resources. We got 40k. 40k steel we already have. We need 40k circuits. Basically the same. Alright. Then we need 24k batteries. Okay, I don't have my fast armor on me anymore. So I'll be slow. Don't shoot my stuff. Let's see, that is more batteries than I can carry. Slightly. Now the logistics bots want to take the batteries off me. I guess that's fine. But we need 24k. Or 8. Alright, that should be back again. I'm shaking my head in disbelief, I don't know what's going on. So I'll just hope for the best. It is the final stage of the stream. Did another connection reset? Yeah, we're gonna miss out on... You don't want to miss out on the good bit, right? You know, everybody wants to see me hand feed. So here we go. Let's start with the batteries. And the steel is going to be the most annoying. That stacks only to 100, whereas the rest stacks to 200. Alright. Alright, and laser damage 8 is in just right now. 45 minutes to bot speed, and then we'll have probably a Glab attack on the program again. This change should not cause trouble though. We will be using Vulcan signs again, instead of space signs. So that is what it is. We have to keep an eye on tech base though. Okay, what happened there? Ah, that was in somewhere else. Okay, I don't see. Something happened. I have the idea that my chat window is not working. Okay, we'll plop in another 100 steel, so this keeps going. Alright, after this we'll need both green chips and steel. I think we can take the rest now. Okay, everything fits. Okay, I'm refreshing the chat window. I think I haven't seen chat updates in a long time. Probably something got heated. Okay, there's everybody. Hello. Thanks James Montag for the 10 Aussie bucks. Love the videos. Thanks for the contribution. I hear the sound, but I didn't see the chat, and then I knew something was not right. Okay, I missed a ton of stuff. I did see my own chat though, so I thought everything was fine, but it was not. Is it the same on Twitch? Maybe then let me also refresh that site. Alright, all should be updated again. Now we're too late to keep these assemblers going, probably. And I think batteries should actually be exactly 300 per assembler. Then 500 steel, and so that's already over 800 laser turrets. I think we already have what we need. Alright, almost 1,000 rare laser turrets. Where's my data window. Okay, data is good. There's a fairly long-winded hand-feeding session. But then again, we are processing like 104,000 resources in a quick succession. We could be faster. We are rich enough to upgrade to Mark III assemblers. It is just nostalgic that we have uncommon Mark I efficiencies in here. Last batch of circuits. And then it's just one more batch of steel, and then we'll have transformed 104,000 rare resources into 2,000 rare laser turrets. We can launch them up and fly the ship to Vulcanus. Then probably we'll call it a day. Once it hits 20, another 100 will fit. Alright, we can let this finish. Alright, we switched the... Oh, I don't have any legs anymore. I do. This we can take out again, and this we can put in again, and now we can be fast again. Right. So laser turrets, somehow they were finished. We have everything on board, right? The 2 pumps. We'll have to make those, or the ship won't work. We can make them in here. And I don't want quality result this time. We need specifically uncommon pumps. So let's do that, because with my luck I'll be getting 2 quality pumps this time. Right, we're gonna send our whole ship for 2 pumps. And then we're gonna set the request, or we're gonna paste back the blueprint. With the laser turrets. Should place some of them. Like these. The rest will be requested. Okay, it does do the upgrade. That's going to be not very nice to look at, so we'll spend the time on doing that. I don't want to make the rare productivity modules. Yeah, alright, so now it's just the laser turrets, 415. So those are going to get launched. And then the ship will be complete. There we go. Let's hover on the lake. Nice. Now we're gonna get another launch, I think. Lasers do only 25 per launch. But we're gonna watch them get built on the ship instead. Just a single line, it's not much to see. Let's hope this section gets built. Right, there we go. Nice. There's the rest of the lasers. We can get started doing the shenanigans on the ship with the water, because the fuel probably... Yeah, actually we do have fuel in here now. We even have some in there. It's not enough though. It's not enough to get us out of here. So what we're gonna do is we're probably short on water. And calcite to a lesser degree. But we can simply transfer the calcite into here. By ghost cursing it and then just clicking it. Except we don't have the calcite. Did we not launch up the calcite? Did I launch the calcite to the wrong ship? I might have launched the calcite to the wrong ship. Let's assume I did that for now. I remember, I went over here, I put it in, and I delivered it probably to my own ship. Which then now should be the proud owner. No, I didn't. It doesn't automatically force it back there. Okay, yeah, it does. Yeah, I just should switch that off then. Alright, so it just dropped it back. Ah, wait, no. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay, we're gonna get some more then. I'm requesting calcite from the landing pad, that's the problem. Guess let's do this faster then. Plop. And magically it gets transported into there. So that is one of the things. Now we just need to add water. I'm kind of hoping I have enough pipeworks on board. And I now realize I sent down my 2 assemblers. And I don't have any other assemblers anywhere on the ship. Too soon. They were sent down. Alright. You didn't see that, I didn't see that. That should unbarrel water. Probably should have sent up faster ones. With beacons and whatnot. It is affected by 1 beacon though, so that's good. Unbarrel water. I guess we can temporarily borrow those to make it faster. Then we can just throw a lot of those in there. To aid the fuel making process a bit, because now we finally have some water in here. Maybe we don't quite need 1000 barrels, but let's just throw some water in each side. At least enough to fill these fuel tanks. Okay, they're already full. And that'll probably do it. Alright, so on this side, yeah, fuel is actually not full. I guess the pumps were missing. There's no fluid in nothing anywhere. See what the difference is if I don't put speed modules. I can just put less barrels in here. Okay, 50, that's fine. Okay, so since oxide asteroids are the most the rarest ones, those are the limiting factor for fuel creation above Nauvis at least. So by artificially introducing some calcite and water, we get the two products which are made from oxide asteroid chunks. And before you know it, these tanks are suddenly full with fluid. That will probably do the trick. I think we can fly the ship to Vulcanus now. We'll just leave the rest on board. We'll have to come back to Nauvis anyway for building the rest of the ship. But we have full tanks. So hopefully we can fly the incomplete ship with the big hole in the middle to Vulcanus to fill it up. I don't know exactly how many platforms that is supposed to be. But for now... calcite on the belt. Since we have more, let's just put it on there. Okay, 14k water in here. For about 14k in there is approximately equal. We have some more on board if we really want to. For now though, we don't really want to. I think it's time to fly this thing to Vulcanus. Should we travel on the ship itself? I think we'll take my own ship. Is that boring? That's kind of boring, isn't it? We need to empty the inventory then. And launch up the fast armor. And then we hope that the spaceship doesn't break. And we hope that the power line doesn't break, although it only powers the light, so it doesn't really matter too much. I think I will just send my own ship Vulcanus already without me. It's a self-driving ship. It will be fine. We're gonna ride the fun one. Don't break the power line. Alright, that went well. Yeah, we're not bringing X on the flight. You are absolutely correct. Instead, we'll bring 1.7 million asteroid chunks from the solar system edge. That is going to be... This is the hold. The hold is so big, it's literally another dimension. Look, an entire planet fits in my hold. So the shattered planet should fit as well. Let's paste this thing. That should start filling in some of the space platforms, which we still have on the board. We have approximately 20,000 on board, but we need 54,000. So we still have 34,000 to launch. On Vulcanus we have currently in chests 29,000. So I guess by the time we have launched those up, other 6,000 will be ready as well. Pretty sweet. That went a whole lot better than I expected it to. I guess we are doing purple science again, so when purple science is being made, this extra stuff will switch off. That is how it's designed to go anyway, so quite happy to see that it's working. Until the next ship is empty and comes requesting purple signs, this should not switch on fully. It always has a little bit of startup time. I think we'll be alright. Okay, the ship is building. It's getting heavier by the second, so I guess we should start flying. Because all those... We only need to push the weight if it's actually built. It doesn't count if it's in the hold. So let's fire it up. And we're accelerating. Oh, we're actually... Holy moly, this thing is fast. I guess it's fast because we are missing... I don't know how many platforms, so already going over 100 kilometers a second. But we are running out of fuel, slowly. We are making it to... Okay, we are making it to the point where we can pick up the chunks. And that means we now have a decent flow of asteroids incoming, instead of like no flow of asteroids incoming. Hardly any. Now it's gonna look more like this. That is significantly more asteroids. And that'll keep us going. This is a... Try speeding up the game. Okay. It will still reduce the scroll speed a bit. This is a pretty wide ship. I don't even know how wide it is, to be honest. What a brick. This is a literal brick. It's getting heavier. I guess the speed should be dropping. Well, we just crossed the halfway point. It's temporarily going up. So we are throttling the fuel by this. Of course, these thrusters can consume way more fuel than what we are giving them. But the maximum pump speed of this thing is 1559 a second. The signal isn't doing anything yet. We're not sending the signal, so it's not reading anything. So it's just pumping all the time. But eventually we need that for the way back from the shattered planet to keep the speed from going up 20 kilometers a second when we cannot afford it. We have arrived at Vulcanus. The planet is disappearing. We are literally solar eclipsing the entire planet of Vulcanus behind our ship right now. It's still a little bit visible through the blueprint if you look at it from the right angle. But soon it will be closed completely. Alright, so if we do this, eventually we should be requesting missing space platforms. We've almost finished building it. Okay, no. The armor needs to go down. And we go down from the space brick. I might have lost chat on Twitch as well. I haven't seen any messages on Twitch for a while. I feel so bad if I didn't see this for this long. Just gonna open Twitch in a new tab. Ah, Twitch is just quiet. Apparently so. You guys had me worried though. How can I pop this out? Back to dashboard. I know how to do this stuff. Allegedly. Good. Alright, now comes the hard part. The hard part is actually we need to launch up all of the space platforms. Let's take a look where the Aquilo Explorer is going. Okay, it's going to Gleba, it's coming to Vulcanus after to load the triangles. So let's have it load like an extra large portion this time. And then we can take these rocket silos for ourselves for a while. Without interfering with quantum processor production. Actually, that's gonna stop anyway, isn't it? That's not gonna be enough chests, is it? It might be enough chests. Alright, so we want to collect all of these. That's a lot of space platforms. 15k. Almost exactly 2 inventories. I have 6 chests full. And since we are manually controlling the ship, we can actually let it speed up a bit. We cannot do this because it's the Aquilo ship, but now it's flying in the inner solar system. So we can shorten the journey. As here are only undangerous asteroids. And then we need 33,000 platforms. 33,740. And 20, that's 30, almost 30k. And 40. Something and 40. It was. Okay, that should be 30k. So 3,740. Okay, now we're launching up the Tungsten carbide. That is good. $3,740. Basically this much. We still need to fill this with space platforms, and that's all. That's all? How is that all already? Not this one. Aquilo ship. Is it just full? Okay, it's just full. Okay, I didn't take that into account. What is it requesting on Nauvis though then? Okay, let's just send it to Nauvis then. Okay, we have a little bit extra on board, so at least that's something. Which means now we can officially hijack these silos for our space platform shenanigans. Which means I'm gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chests up there. We have more than 8 chests of platforms to send. So that's a pretty easy choice. We can just start by doing this. Alright, my mistake. We don't have 8 chests, but close enough, I suppose. Send the 40. Right, so those are going to be launching space platforms for a good amount of time in order to complete the ship. We can leave on our own ship, which we send over while that is going on. And perhaps we'll just maybe it's prudent to not use this ship. And instead keep using one of them for triangles so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot with blocking some ship for a long amount of time and messing with the science rate. 3 of these should do well enough, I suppose. All right. -13 to work abort speed. By that time we need to make a tech decision. If we want to switch to Gleb attack, we need to switch it on now, but I think I'm going to postpone that one for the next time. I think we did what we wanted to do. We're just building the first part of the ship. We got the fusion reactors working. Those were the most expensive parts, especially the rare generators. Later, we will be pasting the entire ship on top. It's gonna look like this. I think I got a bit of extra stuff on here. Okay. It's gonna look like this. I hope it's not trying to fly away from Vulcanus. Once all is said and done, I guess it's gonna try to request the stuff automatically. That is fine. There's nothing to send except for the bells, but we have no logistics bots connected to rocket silos here, so it's only going to be the space platforms that are going to be sent. They're going to be sent for a while. I guess after that we can probably just switch this off again, as I don't think there's another ship which we'll have to build for a very long time. Because after this we'll be producing 1800 SPM from all 12 different science packs. I guess I'll take a look at that. This ship is not doing anything at all. Except for keeping quantum processors going. So maybe it was a mistake to try and upgrade that. Quantum processors are probably not even working anymore because we failed to upgrade the chests. So I might do that off stream, just add some chests to the storage system, because that's a long flight to Aquilo and a long flight back. And this is going to take a long time as well, so we might come back to a fully filled in floor with nothing of the stuff on top yet by the start of the next stream. We should have the laser turrets done on Nauvis as well. I'm not going to build the rest of the ship, but we might do some of the tedious tasks. It depends. We'll see how it goes. I'll mostly be busy editing this week again. But yeah, that is a lot of belts. A whole lot of belts. And keep scrolling around on them forever. This doesn't even fit in the screen. It might fit if we go in editor mode and we physically go on the ship, which you cannot do without going in editor mode, not anymore at least. And then we can let the game zoom us out so far that we might crash. So if it crashes, thanks everybody for watching already. Alright, there we got the entire ship on screen. That is what we'll be finishing next time, and we'll be sending it off to the Shattered Planet to collect 1.7 million asteroid chunks, after which we'll come back and we'll launch up some 80,000 quantum processors, and then back on Nauvis we need to launch up, I don't know how many, I think the better part of 1 million biter eggs as well. But you know, portion sized, nice and fresh, immediately consumed. And once the asteroids start going low, we will fly out again. If we have biter eggs left over, hoist them off the edge of the ship before they hatch, and fly yet again out to the Shattered Planet. Once every 15 hours or so should be enough to maintain 1800 SPM. We should be able to collect asteroids at a fast enough pace to keep that going. Belts are indeed used for storage. So thanks everybody for watching. I hope you had a good time. Sorry for the stream issues. And I'll see you all next time.